Alrighty, guys, good evening. Happy fucking Montues. A little bit more of the twos than the muns. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening, though. Tonight we're going to be doing more World of Warcraft, doing some heroics tonight. Fuck is this shit? Dude. Holy shit. That's actually kind of true now. That's not good. That's not good. Fuck you and your codependent behavior. I'll be right back. Completely unintentional. So. Ah, hey, look. Natural cooperation. Uh-huh. Good. Yeah, I had to go shopping today, guys, so that's where I was. I got back, and of course, time just slips into the nether as it goes, right? Okay. Point is up, guys. Point is up. 4,000. Apparently, there have been issues with the auction house today. Just turning itself on and off. Probably because someone's abusing things. That's lovely. So we were looking yesterday at, I'm not going to buy the reagents, but we were looking yesterday at something to spend primals on, and I guess I can spend primals on a weapon or something before I'm done with things. Maybe I'll get it before we get geared. What did I need? What was that called? There's an add-on which determines the stats so they aren't random, which obviously I want. Random stats are no bueno. I don't even know if someone can craft it. By the by. By the way or by the by? By the by is like as it goes. So as something continues on. Idioms. By the way, funny thing, my brother used to have parties when he was in college. Well, in grad school, not technically college, but in grad school. And grad school programs across the U.S. have a bunch of variety of people from different backgrounds, especially from outside the country. If they're exchange students or on a program, like they want to take part in the program in the U.S., like on exchange from their own university. Not technically normal exchange students, but like they're here to learn from the department, right? But he'd occasionally throw parties, and one of them was like, was it pick your idiom or something like that, where he'd say common phrases in the U.S. to these exchange students, and they have no fucking idea what he's saying because it's like, you know, like raining cats and dogs, right? And you're like, what? There aren't cats and dogs raining from the sky. What are you talking about? You know, one of those things, which is actually fucking hilarious, but. You know, kind of poking fun at you for being from a different, you know, culture or background, but at the same time, it wasn't really like making fun of them particularly, right? They just aren't from the U.S. But yeah, like common sayings, idioms, yeah. Because it's just like one of those things you have to know, right? It's like a trick phrase. Yeah, there's by the way, which is obviously BTW, right? By the way, which is, as well, just as well, right? By the by is generally as it goes, so just day-to-day life, by the by, so something's just as it goes along the day, is usually the way I interpret that. That's pretty rare. I think that's more of a southern thing. But by the by is generally just, like it's something that just happens as a day-to-day occurrence, right? Or it's just part of life, circle life sort of thing, right? On the by the by. By the way, but it could also be a typo, or someone could just be, like slurring things and technically be saying by the way. But if they say particularly on the by to by, it usually means like something that's just continuing on. However, we can check, by the, because I've heard that before, by idiom. I was wrong. It's used as a way of introducing an incidental topic in a conversation or to say that something is irrelevant. Incidentally. So not the same as using English. By the by is a phrase that is said before making a comment that is unrelated to the previous topic of conversation. It may also be used when there's a long silence and the speaker wants to ask a new question. So it could be a way of leading into a new topic matter. That's just completely like something I would say like on stream is segue or sidebar, which is sidebars in writing. Sidebar, segue, loosely related or something like that. Usually I say segue or yeah, usually I use segue, but how do other people introduce that? They usually just go into random topic shit and they don't care, but usually I'll say segue if I do something or unrelated, or I've never used by the by ever. Yeah, so I was wrong. On a side note, there we go. I've used on a side note before. I've never used incidentally. Well, occasionally use incidentally. On a side note, by the way. Now, by the way, obviously, right? By the way is definitely something I've used before. Right there. Yeah. Incidentally, on a side note, by the way. BTW, by the way, a lot of people use BTW, right? What was I looking for in here? I was looking at weapons. Oh, I was looking to see what the fucking thing was you have to add into it. It's this guy. Missive Peerless. It's called Peerless. Yeah, he tries to be a little bit too verby and literal. That's his character, though. But yeah. You watched The Walking Dead? Oh no. Oh no. That's intentional. Missive Peerless. 2,000 gold. Well, that's more than adequate. What, for 10 gold? Yeah, so I need one of these so I get crit mastery on it. Yeah, that's intentional, though. He tends to be very wordy, and he tries to speak at, like, a higher educational level. Most people in the U.S. speak, I forgot what it is, but they speak, like, 8th grade English is what it's equivalent to. It's like words that you hear in, like, 8th grade. up till 8th grade, and you aren't supposed to speak at high school level because most people like rap, for instance, where they talk about the level of words people know in rap, and most of it's like designed to be around the 8th grade level, 7th grade level. It's kind of sad, but that's the way it goes. And then college level is something you don't use. Yeah, you're waiting for my take on it. Walking Dead is one of these things when I watch it when I have nothing better to do with my life. And I'm like, yeah, I guess, right? You know, it's been a while. I guess I'll give it a shot, right? Yeah. I'll give it a shot, guys. Yeah, they did a number on Walking Dead, not just killing off the testosterone, but then just like really just dragging things out. And then they retconned some of the guys that were left, they retconned their stories. You know, it was pretty... They did that series dirty over the course of years, just over and over and over again. Last season. I'm up to date to the last season prior to this one. And I think Fear the Walking Dead I might be 2 seasons behind on. I'm not sure on that. By the by is also another word for by the way. Okay. Yeah, I know that. I thought on the by to buy. On the by to buy. Is this actually a saying? No. I think I'm just making shit up. Oh, I want to take a look and see. Eggnog creamer. Is there eggnog cream? There has to be creamer that's eggnog. It'd be perfect for fucking coffee. I was looking at this, I was looking at getting some eggnog, and I wanted to make sure, like, I got some special stuff last year, it was pretty good. I don't like normal eggnog, it's too, it just tastes like you're drinking fat, is what it feels like to me. But I saw there's some pretty good flavors. I was going to take a peek at, let's see. Metro Market. Okay. Eggnog. There's a couple different ones I want to try. I want to try this guy. I thought there's a special version of Southern Comfort. I tried Southern Comfort last year, and it's pretty good. I like the spice taste of it. Cinnamon. But I couldn't find it this year, unless it's just normal Southern Comfort eggnog. It's just spiced in general, which it might be. Holiday nog. Yeah, they got these guys too, and these are really good. The peppermint one's very good. I tried this last year. This one I wanted to try, but I don't think I think you have to buy it and like ship it out of stock though. %23% of your cholesterol. Yep. Yep. If this is the same one that I had last year, this is pretty good though. I like the Southern Comfort. $11, $25, $21. About the same. 4 exact servings per container. Does that mean this is different? This is 8, right? 8, half a cup. This is actually worse, or this is better for you than this one, all things considered. Half a cup. Yeah, this is better. The mocha. Mocha I had last year is very good. It's 1 cup. So these are the same. These are more like traditional eggnog. How many milliliters are in a cup? Cup to milliliter. 236 milliliters. Half a cup. Actually better. Weird. I guess this is like their holiday nog now? That's pretty good though. I'm a fan. Not a big fan of normal eggnog though. They used to call it holly nog, and they don't really sell holly nog anymore. Which is just like seasoned, like lighter seasoned eggnog, and I thought it was really good. And of course the kids don't like it because it's after that fat, I guess. This is basically the same as just normal eggnog. Santa's Reserve. Stock. Yeah, this looks like it's holly nog. 1 cup. Yeah, so this is about the same. Protein. Oh my god, look how much protein it has, guys. It's like eating a cow. Not really. Hey, come back? Oh. I'm back, guys. I don't know what that was. Huh. I guess the internet didn't like me talking about holiday nog, so. Yep, disconnected and came back. Thanks, Disconnect Protection. You're my hero. That was weird. It was like my, everything else was functioning fine, but then I lost my pings and I disconnected from OBS. I'm still here, though. Oochie. 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 Making sure everything didn't explode. It doesn't look like it did. Okay. 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Ah, there we go. Are people speaking in Russian to me again? Fuck. I love you too. Is that Russian? Are you like a Russian memer? Looks like Cyrillic. Let's see. It is detecting it as Tartar. Tatar? Not Russian. Chair stream. Ah, so even in whatever language they're speaking, they're asking if it's a chair stream. No, it's not a chair stream, but that's happened to be when you showed up. Thanks, Google Translate. It says it's detecting it as Tatar. Tatar? Who speaks Tatar? Turkic. Fuck. Tatar is an umbrella term for different Turkic ethnic groups bearing the name Tatar. Initially, the ethnon of Tatars possibly referred to as Tatar Confederation. That confederation was eventually incorporated into the Mongol Empire when Genghis Khan unified various steppe tribes. I see. A Turkic language. Spoken by Tatars mainly located in modern Tatarstan, European Russia, as well as Siberia. Ah! No, it's not Chinese or that's Japanese, right? That's Japanese. Good. Also, keep it English, please, so I can actually understand what you're saying. I guarantee you speak English better than Google Translate speaks your language, so let's go with that, right? Good. Anyways, yeah, eggnog. Looking to get some eggnog, pick some up for the holidays. I'm surprised no one is making eggnog creamer. It totally would be great for coffee, like eggnog creamer in your coffee, especially like some mint or mocha. Oh, some mocha eggnog creamer. Oh god, that would be so good. Nope. Alrighty, let's take a look at the tubes, guys, see what's going on here tonight. I started late, so things are late in general. I had to turn down the temp, it's too hot. What's going on? Oh my god, there's the launch of the 7000 series. Oh no, we gotta watch this, guys. I'm sorry. Well, we're gonna have to put off World of Warcraft. I forgot. 7000 series benchmarks dropped today, so take a look at Hardware Unboxed, because their reviews tend to be better. Okay. What does it say? Overhyped and...
Welcome back to Hardware Unboxed.
Thank you.
Today's the day we finally get to show you what AMD's new
No,
flagship
you welcome back.
free GPU has to offer, the long-anticipated Radeon RX 7900 XTX. This has to be one of the most
So they changed the pricing
of the year, which could be a bad thing as products rarely live up to the hype, so I guess we'll see. A month ago, AMD touted 50
what about their
to
sponsors?
70% performance gains for the 79 XTX over the 6950 XT, and that'd place it within striking distance of the much more expensive RTX 4090 for rasterization performance, and we saw many online commentators create mock-up graphs showing exactly that.
Yep.
So the internet went into a fizz, salivating the promise of RTX 4090-like performance for $1,000 US.
Oh yeah.
Sure, we all knew it would only be for rasterization performance, but that's what most of you
Fuck
really
ray
care about
tracing.
anyway,
It's like the
so
first
it's
thing
still
everyone
very
turns off.
exciting. Tim, though, was quick to note
Except for
that
your
if
Twitch
AMD
streamer
was
that
really
can
offering
jerk off about
performance
it.
that was close to the RTX 4090, that the price would be much higher, as AMD is not your friend, leaving him to conclude that ray tracing performance must be really weak, or AMD were overselling the 7900 XTX's capabilities. Of course, today we finally get to find out, but before we do, today's sponsor spot is brought to you by Hetzner. Hetzner is a leading hosting provider and data center operator in Europe.
Hetzner.
With this
Please, Steve.
features.
This is another Steve.
Most of you have already watched
Steve's
our
on
IBM3 news video, which covered all that information.
Here's Nexus.
And if you didn't, feel free to check it out. But look, in summary, the
it's both.
XTX
I think it's both their XCX and
MSRP
XC.
of
Maybe not. Maybe it's
$1,000
just XCX. We'll find out.
While the very similarly named 7900 XT, that'll cost $900.
$100 less for the slightly cheaper model.
6,144 cores, while the XT model has been cut down by 13% to 5,376 cores.
That's almost, if the performance is linear, a 13% improvement for an extra $100 is actually something people would upscale to. It's like, huh. Well, I was just typing to you guys that I'm dropping frames. Hey, I'm on my phone. Okay, well. Dropping frames. My phone's not connecting in chat. That's interesting. If it does it again, guys, that was in a short period of time. We might switch. I might just, let me take a peek real quick. That's weird. I might restart my internet if that happens again. I might be in a bad range or something that they're having issues with. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Oh, it didn't work. Why do I have chat only on my phone and it keeps fucking turning on the video? Okay, I'm trying to change things on my router right now. I'm gonna do one more time because it didn't work. Go. Go. I can't pause my... Why is that a thing? Okay. Now it worked. Like, when my video comes back up, it restarts my... It restarts it. We're back, guys. One more time. Okay. It actually took this time. We'll see if this fixes things, guys, and if it doesn't, it might just be my ISP getting exploded right now, and there's nothing I can do about it. One second, guys. Now I gotta make sure everything's working now. Okay. Okay. Hey, Snowflake. Weird. Alrighty, well, there's that. Back to what we were originally doing now. We're looking at the review for the 7900 XTX, which this is going to take some time anyways, guys, so we'll see how it goes.
Clocks for the XTX are rated at 2.5 gigahertz, while the XT has been dropped by 4% to 2.4 gigahertz. And then we see that the Infinity cache
you could actually, so what we're talking about is if the 7900 XT is 13% slower, you could actually make a case for spending an extra $100 to get the XCX, right? So extra $100 would be, what's 13% of 79,000? I guess that's technically $870, right? So the 7900 XT is technically cheaper than the 7900 XTX, assuming linear scaling is technically cheaper. However, will it actually turn out that way? Remains to be seen, right? And at that point, extra $100 is something that people could actually potentially, make a case for, right? A justifiable case for. We'll see though.
To 80 megabytes, so there's a 17% reduction there, dropping the bandwidth from 3.5 gigabytes per second to 2.
Like that's actually within striking distance of each other, right?
Yeah, both models do,
and they're still much cheaper than the 4000 series.
Memory, but while the XTX receives a 384-bit wide memory bus for a bandwidth of 960 gigabytes per second, the XT's been cut down to a 320-bit wide memory bus, resulting
and that's where it's no longer linear.
Gigabytes per second, so another 17% reduction there. So at just a 10% discount, the 700 XT doesn't appear as though it's going to be particularly great value based on the paper spec, and we'll look at that part in tomorrow's video. For now, we want to focus on the XTX version.
So they have another video for
Other noteworthy features of the 7900 XTX is the 355 watt total board power rating, which is higher than that of the RTX 4080, but like the 4080, it does utilize the PCIe 4.0x16 interface. Of course, the most interesting aspect of these new RDNA 3 GPUs is its use of chiplet technology. Rather than going all out with a massive monolithic die, RDNA 3 uses a combination of smaller dies in a similar strategy to that of AMD's latest Ryzen CPUs. This means that to get those top-end GPU configurations, AMD no longer needs to make a single 520mm square dial grader like they did with RDNA 2, or approach the behemoth that is AD102, a 600mm square die that is used by the RTX 4090. AMD's RDNA 3 chiplet approach includes two components, the graphics chiplet die or GCD, which houses the main WGPs and processing hardware, plus multiple memory chiplet dies or MCDs, which include the Infinity cache and memory controllers. On the flagship 79 XTX, we get one GCD
Not disconnecting, by the way.
6 MCDs, while the 7900 XT features a cut-down GCD plus 5 MCDs. AMD's architecture benefits in multiple ways from this move to chiplet technology. One is that they can now split their GPU design over multiple nodes, reducing the amount of expensive leading-edge silicon they need for every single product. The GCD is built on TSMC's latest 5N node, but the MCDs are built on TSMC N6, which is a derivative of their older and less costly 7nm process. This ends AMD's reliance on needing huge chunks of the latest silicon for every high-end GPU.
So, if you guys aren't aware, we talked about this before when they've been covering it. It's a really good idea. So, chiplet technology is where there's multiple different parts of a CPU. If you imagine a block diagram of a CPU, there's multiple different things that are happening in a GPU or CPU, right? And what they did is they figured out certain parts of the GPU do not need to be made smaller. They have diminishing returns, and as such, there's no point in making them smaller. So what they've done is they've taken these pieces out that they don't need to make smaller and moved them to their own chip, which they can make on basically a bigger process, which is more mature, and so less likely to have defects, and it's cheaper to make. And then that lowers the cost of fucking everything, which it's huge. It's actually a huge deal.
The other main advantage
for
is
them
yields. Put simply, large monolithic dies have
yields
lower
or
yields
defects.
Smaller dies. So whenever a design can be split into multiple smaller dies, there's a good chance the yields will increase substantially. AMD has found great success using this approach on their Ryzen CPUs, where modern Zen 4 chiplets are about 70 millimeters squared, so tiny enough that yields would be well over 90%. RDNA 3 won't have as much of an advantage as Zen 4, as the GCD is still relatively large compared to a CPU, but at 300mm squared, it's still half that of AD102 and just 60% as large as Navi 21. So that sort of size saving will have big implications for yields. Flanking the GCD are 6 MCDs,
it's a huge deal for AMD.
37mm squared
and
in size.
NVIDIA
So
and
these are
Intel probably moves the same
just
thing.
half the size of a Zen 3 CPU core chiplet. Each has a 64-bit GDDR6 controller and 16 megabytes of cache, and on a miniature node like N6 these should have extremely high yields, so AMD will benefit a lot here even though they need 6 of them for the 7900 XTX. All up, while flagship Navi 31 RDNA 3 GPUs still need over 500 square millimeters of silicon, this chiplet approach split across 2 nodes should reduce manufacturing costs and increase yields. So it'll be very interesting to see how this approach plays out, and we're here to do just that. Now for testing, all GPUs have been tested at the official clock specification, so no factory overclocking.
Oh, by the way, as far as like Overwatch goes and the weird issues I've been having with performance, I think I might have stumbled onto something. So AMD CPUs, or in general, have something called CPPC, which is basically a way of telling the OS which one of your cores are faster than the other ones, or basically kind of tricking the OS into prioritizing certain cores. The problem is, well, that improves benchmarks because it'll try to use your fastest cores first. The Windows scheduler will dump a bunch of shit onto these fast cores. So I'll have my game running on the fast cores, but then at the same time, Windows is like, hey, this is a fast core, and then it throws stupid shit on top of it, like background processes, stuff that doesn't need to run fast. It'll throw it on top of your fast cores, even though they should be using your slowest cores in your computer, right? Instead, it uses your fastest cores. And it actually hurts your performance a lot. Yeah, so I'm actually thinking I turned it off yesterday. It was kind of like a weird thing I was just fucking around with. I turned it off yesterday, which is something I heard about back in the 3000 series days, so like 4 years ago. The 3000 series days. And I haven't messed around with it since because I thought it was just helping me out. Turned it off, and everything feels more fluid. I don't know whether or not it's placebo or not, but I've also, there's threads online about this, but I think there might be something related to this and like thread contention. So basically, a bunch of other cores are dumping their shit, or a bunch of other processes are dumping their shit onto my fast cores as well as the game on them, and it's just basically making everything worse, which is kind of silly. But that appears to be what might be the case, is I'm actually just overall hurting performance because it keeps trying to use my faster cores, and that actually just makes things worse.
CPU used is the Ryzen
kind of a shit scenario to be in.
32 gigabytes of dual rank, dual channel DDR4 3200CL14 memory on the MSI MPG X570S Carbon Max Wi-Fi. In total, I've tested 16 games at 1440p and 4K, so let's get into the data. First up, we have Watch Dogs Legion, and here the 7900 XT looks mighty impressive, cranking out 172 FPS at 1440p to make it faster than not just the RTX 4090, but also the RTX 4080, beating the latter by a 12% margin. Of course, the RTX 4090 is CPU bound here, but it's interesting to see that under CPU bound conditions, the Radeon GPU does have a bit more headroom.
I hope he's actually
bottleneck is removed at the 4K.
I hope he's actually looking at graphs here and he's not just assuming it's a CPU bottleneck, right? Like, because he never shows utilization numbers. I hope he's actually looking at utilization numbers.
Resolution, but even so, the 7900 XTX was still 9% faster than the RTX 40.
So it might be even better due to overhead. It might be even better than the 4090 in CPU bound scenario.
See that under CPU bound conditions, the Radeon GPU does have a bit more headroom. Now, the CPU bottleneck is removed at the 4K resolution, but
they've seen like stuff about this before.
Was still 9% faster than the
RTX they have so apparently there's a special chip inside of the Intel CPUs called the Thread Director. That's the name they use for it, in which it will move stuff around. It'll actually so Windows doesn't even do this, and the Windows 11 scheduler is supposed to be smarter, but it's still really fucking stupid. But there's actually something in the Thread Director. It's called the Thread Director, built into the higher end Intel CPUs now to deal with this basically shitstorm that Microsoft should be fixing, but they don't. Basically, the thread scheduler needs to be improved. It's needed to be improved for the last decade, and they've Band-Aid fixed it, and it still has issues. Unfortunately, there is definitely a case, and it's not just setting the priority of a process to low or high or something in the background. Like, Intel needs to smartly and intelligently move threads of programs that are not being used, like background processes, off your main threads. Like, it can't necessarily tell what's a game and what's not, but it can tell what's in the foreground. So what you are inputting to constantly should be the priority, right? And everything else should be moved to your shittier cores. It's just the way that it should be, right? And it doesn't do that. Like, it obviously, you'd have to flag a game. Like, a game would have to tell the OS that it's a game and it should give priority to it, right? But it can still detect what's a foreground process. And if you're playing a game, it'll always be a foreground process. And if it's not, it's generally a game where you don't need to really input that fast anyways. But if it's a foreground process of something that you're putting input into right now, that should be the priority over everything. And everything should be pulled off those cores. But it's not.
Then, when compared to AMD's previous generation flagship part, the 6950 XT, we see a 36% performance uplift for the new 7900 XTX. The Callisto Protocol is a new game that we've added to our benchmarks, and it's one where the 7900 XTX appears to work quite well. And please note, I'm not using the built-in benchmark for this testing. With 166 FPS on average, the new Radeon GPU was 8% faster than the RTX 4080 and 50% faster than the 6950 XT, so that's a solid gain at 1440p. Then at 4K with the ultra quality
the important thing here, by the way,
FSR2.
The important thing here is, while the 4090 is faster for sure, right? It is faster for sure. The 7900 XTX is $200 cheaper than the 4080, right? I think the 7900 or the 4080 is 1200 or was it 1400? 4080 price. NVIDIA, 17 hours ago, NVIDIA RTX 4080 price cut by £100 below MSRP. Yeah, so it was $1,200, and now they cut it down by $100-ish.
The 7900 XTX and RTX 4080 were neck and neck,
hey, Bendy,
making the
not your bestie.
GPU
KSA's your bestie.
faster than the 6950 XT. Now, I think AMD is dealing with a driver-related issue for RDNA 3 and Forza Horizon 5 because performance wasn't that good here. I should clarify that there was no kind of stability issues or bugs seen when testing, but performance was much slower than what you'd expect to see. At 1440p, for example, the 7900 XTX was just 6% faster than the 6950 XT, so that kind of sucks. The margin did improve a lot at 4K, but even so here, the 700 XTX was just 16% faster than the 6950 XT, and this is a far cry from the sort of 50% typical result that AMD was suggesting in their announcement. This meant that the new Radeon GPU was 5% slower than the anime waifu, so a disappointing result all around. Here we see that AMD's new RDNA 3 GPU trailed the RTX 4080 at 1440p and Rainbow Six extraction by a slim margin, making it just 26% faster than the 3090 Ti and 36% faster than the 6950 XT. Again, although those are some decent margins, it's a lot less than what AMD initially suggested or indicated. Then at 4K, the 700 XTX falls behind the RTX 4080 by a 9% margin and is now a mere 15% faster than the 3090 Ti, though it was at least 47% faster than the 6950 XT. Far Cry 6 is largely GPU bound at 1440p, so the 700 XTX is able to roughly match the RTX 4090, despite being just 7% faster than the 6950 XT. Moving to 4K though does alleviate the CPU bottleneck, and now the 7900 XTX is 17% faster than the RTX 4080 and 25%
some of these games very close to the 4090.
Although that is a reasonable margin, I expect that most will be disappointed with
just
what
always
we're
ahead of the 4080
to the 6950 XT,
except for
despite
Forza.
it being quite an impressive margin over the RTX 4080. The new RDNA 3 GPU looks quite good in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, outpacing the RTX 4080 by an 11% margin at 1440p, though this is a title where Radeon GPUs traditionally do very well, and if we turn our attention to the 6950 XT comparison, the result is a lot less exciting, as here the 7900 XTX is just 24% faster. Interestingly, at the 4K resolution, the 700 XTX performs better relative to the GeForce GPUs than what we saw at 1440p, as here it matched the RTX 4090, making it 16% faster than the 4080.
Squeaking out that 1%, guys.
33% faster than the 6950 XT, which is a decent margin, but also a lot less than the 50 to 70% margin AMD suggested during the RDNA 3 announcement. Moving on to Hunt Showdown, where the 7900 XTX and RTX 4080 are neck and neck, delivering just over 250 FPS. That made AMD's flagship just 25% faster than the RTX 3090 Ti and 32% faster than the 6950 XT. The 4K data is much the same, as in the 700 XT and RTX 4080 are on par, though this time that meant the 700 XTX was just 14% faster than the 3090 Ti and 30% faster than the 6950 XT. The Outer Worlds uses the Unreal Engine 4, and this game engine typically favors GeForce GPUs, and that's certainly the case with this title. Still, although the 700 XTX was 10% slower than the RTX 4080 when comparing the average frame rate, the 1% lows were higher for the Radeon GPU, and we do see a bit of that in our testing. All of that said though, at the 4K resolution, the 1% lows are more in line with the average frame rates, and here the 700 XTX was 9% slower than the RTX 4080 and just 26% faster than the 6950 XT. Now, as we've seen in our recent Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 benchmarks, this game loves Radeon GPUs, and this is certainly very true when looking at the 7900 XTX, where it pumped out an incredible 311 FPS on average at 1440p, and that made it a massive 42% faster than the RTX 4080 and 28% faster than the 4090. These results are certainly outliers in our testing, but Modern Warfare 2 and Warzone 2 are very popular games, so this is great news for AMD. The 7900 XTX even managed to edge out the RTX 4090 at 4K with 193 FPS, making it 5% faster and then 35% faster than the 4080. Moreover, a 43% improvement over the 6950 XT is very impressive, though again, given AMD's announcement, you were probably expecting this sort of margin to be more of the norm, if not a worst case scenario for the new RDNA 3 flagship. The Hitman 3 results are heavily CPU limited at 1440p with these next-gen GPUs, so the 700 XTX was able to match the 4080 and 4090. Bumping up the resolution to 4K showed some great results for the new RDNA 3 GPU as it was.
I was actually just thinking about this, guys. This kind of sucks. So even though the 7000 series looks very good, and I'd actually recommend it to people if they're looking to buy a new GPU right now, right? Compared to the 4000 series, I'm at a point where I basically need an NVIDIA GPU. I need a 4000 series GPU. And the reasoning for that is because I have a really weird setup. I have a really weird streaming setup, and I can't easily swap to AMD, even though it definitely, like, if I was on a single PC and, like, not streaming, it would totally be what I do right now, especially with what it's looking like for the 7000 series right here. But I can't easily switch between the two, and I can't go to a 7000 series. But the 4000 series, NVIDIA is definitely going to lower the price, but it's not going to happen to launch. Right now, at this launch right now, the XTX is looking very, very good. Like if I was on the trigger, I was ready to pull the trigger right now for a new GPU, I'd definitely go with the 7000 series. The problem is I need an NVIDIA GPU, and it's going to take time for NVIDIA to come to terms with what's happening here and drop their price accordingly. And that means it's probably going to be another 6 months maybe before the 4000 series actually like comes down under $1,000 or close to $1,000. And that's a lot of time, right? It's a lot of time, and it's also a lot of money. So it's one of these things where I kind of have to wait, which is another reason I'm just very much looking forward to the 3D cache, the V cache models of the 7000 series CPUs coming in January and February, because that's not in the same case here. NVIDIA is delusional with their pricing, and some people are willing to pay it. But I can't just readily go out and buy an AMD GPU, even though I have an AMD CPU, right? It's not the way that my streaming setup works. And if I do it, I'm going to end up with a lot of really weird issues that I don't want to deal with. And that's one of the reasons I'm not going to do it, is because there is like, I don't know how you word that, overhead associated with just switching to different GPUs, specifically for me. And like, I need a 4000 series GPU, or I need an NVIDIA GPU. And I guess another option, I could get a 3090. Just get a last gen one. That kind of makes me feel bad though. Like get a 3090 for like $600 or something. But that kind of makes me feel bad because I could just buy you're still looking at like a 7900 XTX here for $1,000, and it's still looking fucking good as shit, right? So I'm in a really weird spot right now, and I can't just easily just go out and just I'm not going to spend $1,800, $1,600 on a 4090 or 4080 for $1,200 when they shouldn't be priced the way that they are. But once again, it's going to take a while. Although this knee-jerk reaction where Nvidia reduced the price of the 4080 a day before the launch of the 7000 series is a pretty good sign. But Nvidia in the past has not been very much on top of price reductions in relation to what AMD is doing, because AMD is kind of the underdog, even though they're very competitive. And the last couple generations of AMD GPUs have been very good for their price. People are cling to their NVIDIA GPUs. And like I mentioned before, it's not particularly because I want an NVIDIA GPU, it's just particularly because my streaming setup works the way that it does. And I have a lot of really weird nuances that I don't want to have to deal with, or it just goes bad or wrong or shit like that. I want to drop in replacement. And I guess that means there's a tax associated with it. But as I mentioned, it's going to take 6 months for this price of these two to come down to something remotely acceptable. And that sucks. So even though the 7000 series looks pretty good, I can't just buy one. And that's just looking at this right now is just making me feel bad right now while I'm watching this.
15% faster than the RTX 4080 and just 10% slower than the RTX 4090. Again, I suspect these are the sort of margins that gamers anticipating the arrival of the 700 XTX were expecting to be more of the norm. Generally, Radeon GPUs do perform really well in Horizon Zero Dawn, but I've got to say the 700 XTX was quite underwhelming here, trailing the RTX 4080 by a 5% margin at 1440p to come in just 14% faster than the 6950 XT. Yikes. The 4K results were a lot better, but even
so, assumedly, something you have to look at here, to put into perspective here, is even though the 7000 series could be faster and we could be looking at driver bugs, is the fact that it is $1,000 and you're comparing it to a $1,200 GPU, which is the 4080, right? So even though price-wise you're comparing it to a 4080, even though it's technically the Halo product, it's still beating the 4000 series, and it comes close to beating the 4090 and sometimes actually beating the 4090. So there could actually be a lot of performance that's still on the table that they have to hash out in the drivers, which isn't completely uncommon with new GPUs or CPUs for that matter.
So we're looking at RTX 4080-like performance, meaning the 7900 XTX was just 26% faster than the 6950 XT and 16% faster than the RTX 3090 Ti. Now, F122 by default does enable ray tracing with the ultra-high preset, at least for hardware that supports it, so this is why the 700 XTX is slower than expected. AMD is still well behind when it comes to RT performance, and we'll look more at that shortly. For now though, we can see that when playing F122 using the highest quality preset, that the 700 XTX is 11% slower than the RTX 4080 and a mere 5% faster than the 3090 Ti. That said, in this example, it is 55% faster than the 6950 XT, suggesting that RDNA 3's RT support has improved from RDNA 2. Then at the 4K resolution, the 700 XTX drops down to the 3090 Ti.
These are pretty good results considering NVIDIA's on Gen 3 of ray tracing and AMD's on Gen 2. The Gen 2 results from NVIDIA weren't nearly as good. This is they're almost on par with Gen 3 from AMD, or from NVIDIA, excuse me.
FPS on average, making it 13% slower than the RTX 4080 and 36% slower than the 4090. So it is a bit of a wipeout here for AMD. That said, thanks to the use of RT, it was a massive 65% faster than the 6950 XT, so there's at least that.
Generational leap is pretty good.
The Cyberpunk 2077 performance at 1440p looks quite good for the 700 XTX, as here it was 5% faster than the RTX 4080.
They need to better differentiate between ray tracing results and non-ray tracing results. It is in the title, but if you're skimming here, you might just completely overlook it. It should be green and it should be separated out into a different section.
It was just 24% faster than the 6950 XT and 26% faster than the 3090 Ti. The 700
Once again,
XTX
ray tracing is one of the first things people turn off.
And in fact was able to extend its margin over the RTX 4080 out to 9% with 70 FPS on average. That made it 27% faster than the RTX 3090 Ti and 43% faster than the 6950 XT, which is a decent result. I've got to say the Dying Light 2 results are a bit underwhelming though. At 1440p, the 700 XTX was only able to match the average frame rate of the RTX 4080 with much lower 1% lows. It was also just 17% faster than the 6950 XT, which is no doubt very disappointing for those of you with a previous generation flagship hoping to upgrade. All of that said, though, the 4K data was a bit more favorable, as here the 7900 XTX was 5% faster than the RTX 4080, and the 1% lows were a lot better. The result, though, relative to AMD's own 6950 XT was again very disappointing, as the new GPU was just 17% faster. Halo Infinite is a game AMD skipped over for their review guide, opting not to show performance, and that's likely because the 700 XTX is very weak here. AMD says they are looking into it though, so it's possible a future driver corrects performance, but for now this is what it looks like. So, this once pro AMD title sees the 7900 XTX trailing the RTX 4080 by a rather large 16% margin, making it just 21% faster than the RTX 3090 Ti and 26% faster than the 6950 XT. So, very disappointing compared to previous generation flagship parts. The 7900 XTX shapes up a little bit better at the 4K resolution, as here it was 6% slower than the RTX 4080, and a more impressive 24% faster than the 3090 Ti, and 35% faster than the 6950 XT. Last up, we have Shadow of the Tomb Raider, and I was quite surprised to find the 7900 XTX trailing the 4080 by a 13% margin. Worse still, this meant it was just 18% faster than the 6950 XT. The margins did improve a little at 4K. Here it was 6% slower than the 4080 and 25%
I believe Shadow of the Tomb Raider also has Vulkan,
XT. So better, but
which generally
still
benefits
quite poor overall.
AMD more.
Alrighty, so now it is time for the 16 game average data, and we'll start at 1440p. Here we see that on average, the 700 XTX and RTX 4080 were neck and neck with around 180 FPS on average. That means the 7900 XTX...
There's a couple outlier games in here, so average obviously is among all the games that were tested. There's a couple games in there that really hurt the FPS on them, like Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't look like this if you remove the outliers.
17% slower than the RTX 4090, which, given the price, is obviously quite a good result, though it's also only 25% faster than the 3090 Ti. And
I'd be very curious to see these results with updated drivers in like maybe 6 months or so.
It was
4
also
months,
just
6 months.
35% faster than the RTX 3090 and 6900 XT. So for those of you with previous generation flagship parts, it might not be worth the upgrade. Now, looking at the 4K data, the 700 XTX was 20% slower than the RTX 4090, but 4% faster than the RTX 4080. So again, we're looking at 4080-like performance. And that made the 700 XTX 26% faster than the RTX 3090 Ti and 35% faster than the 6950 XT. So not nearly as good as the 50% or greater many of you are hoping for. That said, it was 49% faster than AMD's 6900 XT. Now, although we didn't go over the 1080p data, as it is largely CPU limited, I've got the averages for you, so let's just take a quick look at that. Again, the 700 XTX and RTX 4080 are basically on par, but this time the Radeon GPU...
That's fucking weird. So the 7900 XTX is faster than the 4080 by a little bit on 1080p, but on 1440p it's almost the same as a 4080. But then once again with 4K, so it goes above, break even, and then above at 4K. This is kind of weird because he showed these out of order, right? It goes 1440p, 4K, and then 1080p. But if you look at it this way, it looks weird because the 1440p data is worse off than as far as the relationship between the 4080 7900 XTX and the 4090, right? It looks like there is, like he has some problems with his numbers here, which could be why he showed this in a weird order to not make you question it. But the 1440p data, they're almost neck and neck. Like they're almost break even with the 4080 and 7900 XTX. But 1080p, it's not. And 4K, it's not as well. So, what the fuck's going on with 1440p?
It was just 6% slower than the 4090, again because of the CPU bottleneck. We also see that the 7900 XTX was just 21% faster than the 6950
Also, ray tracing
XT.
performance hurts things, and it looks like they didn't go out of their way to
ray tracing performance with and
split them up. He has one of the benchmarks had ray tracing on. So he did this before. Why did he have a spot in here with ray tracing on? What was that? Right here. This. I wonder if why do you do ray tracing in that one benchmark in the middle of all the other normal benchmarks, the rasterization benchmarks? What's going on there, guys? That. And then the title here, it specifically says 1080p using the 5800X 3D. But the 16 and 4 or the 1440p and the 4K don't have the 5800X 3D in the title. What? Hello? Wishy moosh. Then he has ray tracing here at the end, but why the fuck was F1 2022 in here with ray tracing on? Why is this here, guys? That's weird.
Now let's take a look at ray tracing performance, with and without upscaling.
Yeah.
If you recall, the 700 XTX was 13% slower than the RTX 4080 in our previous F1 22 testing, as the game enables RTFX by default when using the ultra high preset.
I see.
Here with the ultra high
I wouldn't have even put it in the results if that's the case. Like, because ray tracing is completely different. That's a different ballgame. It's one of the first things people turn off.
Preset, but with the RTFX disabled, the 700 XTX pumped out 216 FPS, making it 13% faster than the RTX 4080 and 51% faster than the 6950 XT. Now with RT plus upscaling enabled, so just FSR 1.
What the fuck? Why? Why does he have F1 2022 with ray tracing on when he could test it with ray tracing off? If you can test it with it off, why don't you turn it off? It said it was enabled by default, but he could turn it off. Okay, that doesn't make sense, but you know.
The game enables RTFX by default when using the ultra high preset. Here with the ultra high
And by the way, if you look at the ray tracing off results here, they're very, it's almost more than halfway to the 4090 compared to the 4080. If you split between the two, the difference FPS between the two. So it actually makes the 7900 XTX look really good right here. That's really weird. Okay.
The RTFX disabled, the 700 XTX pumped out 216 FPS, making it 13% faster than the RTX 4080 and 51% faster than the 6950 XT. Now with RT plus upscaling enabled, so just FSR 1.0 for the Radeon GPUs, the 700 XTX was still 10% faster than the RTX 4080 using DLSS. But this is hardly an apples to apples comparison. Now at the native 4K, the 700 XTX was seen previously to be 13% slower than the 4080, but a massive 65% faster than the 6950 XT. So there are good gains to be had over previous generation RDNA 2 GPUs when using ray tracing. Next up we have Watch Dogs Legion, and this one doesn't support FSR, so upscaling is really only available for the GeForce GPUs. In short, using the very high preset with RT disabled, the 700 XTX was 9% faster than the
So that's the very first game they tested.
and 36% faster than the 6950 XT. Then with RT set to Ultra but no upscaling, the 7900 XTX was 19% slower than the RTX 4080 with just 44 FPS on average, but it was also 52% faster than the 6950 XT. So some decent gains there for RDNA 3 over RDNA 2, but it also meant that the 7900 XTX was only up to speed with last generation's 3090 Ti when it comes to RT performance.
But technically, those are both second generation ray tracing, so.
Moving on to Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, we see that the 7900 XTX and RTX 4080 are neck and neck with 140 FPS, making them 27% faster than the 6950 XT. With ray tracing enabled, but no upscaling, the new RDNA 3 GPU rendered 53 FPS on average, which is basically the same performance received by the 6950 XT, and 27% slower than the RTX 4080. So I have to assume this is some kind of driver issue. Next up we have Dying Light 2, and please note the performance shown previously in Dying Light 2 was done so using the high preset, and this uses DirectX 11. The ray tracing preset forces DirectX 12, and this seems to break the 7900 XTX. For example, using the high preset, it was 5% faster than the RTX 4080, but here without RT enabled, so disabling the RT effects that would have otherwise been enabled using this preset, the 7900 XTX was 25% slower than the RTX 4080. Now, with those RT effects enabled, so the standard untouched ray tracing quality preset, the 7900 XTX managed just 27 FPS on average, the same performance delivered by the 3090 Ti, and 50% stronger performance than that of the
Turn it off, guys.
XT,
Turn off that ray
but it
tracing.
was also 31%
Ray
slower
tracing
than the RTX
off.
4080. So good gains relative to previous gen AMD
RTX
hardware,
off.
but not good when compared to Ada Lovelace. The last game we're going to look at ray tracing performance with is Cyberpunk 2077, and here the 700 XTX couldn't even match the 3090 Ti, trailing it by a 20% margin with just 20 FPS on average, and that meant that it was 35% slower than the RTX 4080, but it was at least 54% faster than the 6950 XT. With upscaling enabled, so FSR 2.1 quality for the Radeon GPUs, the 700 XTX was able to deliver 39 FPS, making it 44% faster than the 6950 XT, but it was still 15% slower than the 3090 Ti, which was of course using DLSS, and then 33% slower than the RTX 4080. Now it's time for a look at total system power consumption, and here the 700 XTX pushed total usage to 468 watts in Dying Light 2, so in terms of power usage it is comparable to the RTX 3080 and 3090. And that means system usage was 9% lower than that of the 6950 XT, but 16% greater than the RTX 4080, making the 4080 the more efficient GPU. We also see that power consumption between the 4080 and 700 XTX was more comparable in Doom Eternal. Here the Radeon GPU pushed total system usage just 4% higher, though it was also only just 4% lower than that of the 6950 XT. Then we have Hitman 3, and again the 4080 and 700 XTX were very similar, basically comparable with other previous generation high-end GPUs, excluding the 3090 Ti of course, which was quite the power pig. And here we see when locking the frame rate to 90 FPS in Cyberpunk 2077 that the 700 XTX pushed total system power usage 24% higher than that of the RTX 4080, again confirming that RDNA 3 isn't nearly as power efficient as Nvidia's Ada Lovelace architecture. Okay, so time for the all-important cost per frame analysis, and we'll start with the MSRPs using the 4K data. So if all current and previous generation GPUs were to be sold at the MSRP, the 700 XTX would actually be the
best value deal on the market,
undercutting the RX 6800 XT by a 5% margin and the 6950 XT by a massive 32%. More importantly though, it's almost a 20% improvement in terms of cost per frame.
Should really be cheaper than that, but they aren't.
4080. Now here's a look at GPU pricing using the current Newegg data, which will be about a week old by the time you see this video. The RTX 4080 is currently selling for at least $1,270 US, so $70 US above MSRP, and for this comparison we have to assume that the 700 XTX will be available for the advertised $1,000 US, but of course that is by no means guaranteed. But let's just say that
actually looking pretty good, guys. For the price, definitely looking pretty good.
Per frame when compared to the RTX 4080. And as we just saw, with both at the MSRP, the Radeon GPU will be at least 20% better value. In today's market, it is also slightly better value than the 6900 XT and 6950 XT, so there is that. While the only products to offer a better price to performance ratio include the RX 6800 and 6800 XT, both of which are significantly slower. So when it comes to rasterization performance, though F122 was tested with RT, but when it comes to largely,
it would be very nice if TechTubers tested more multiplayer benchmarks because they really matter.
In terms of value,
it's what everyone, not everyone, it's what a lot of people spend the majority of their time on. So if you weight performance metrics, right? If you weight performance metrics, the amount of time you're going to spend doing something if you're a gamer that plays multiplayer games is the majority of it's going to be multiplayer, not single player. They can run all the single player benchmarks they want. There's only one multiplayer benchmark in here, which was COD. Otherwise, I mean, they had Rainbow Six, but that's a built-in benchmark as far as I know. That's not like running around doing shit. Or COD, he talked about COD being kind of a pain in the ass to test.
Before wrapping up the testing, here's a quick look at thermal
Warzone's obviously going to be a pain in the ass
of the AMD reference model. Installed in an ATX case in a 21-degree room, the AMD Radeon RX 7900 XTX peaked at a hotspot temperature of 8 degrees.
Be a good spot to have a decibel meter, by the way.
Gameplay with a peak average diode temperature of 67 degrees and this was achieved
Sure, you
with
can
a
get
fan
one
speed
with
of 1900 RPM.
a
We
graph
also
readout
saw
on
a
it.
typical operating clock frequency of 2,275 megahertz, and the memory operated at 19.9 gigabits per second, so just shy of the advertised 20 gigabits per second. Overall, the reference card ran cool and relatively quiet, so I expect all partner models to work very well, and that's something we will look at in the near future. Alright, so at the start of this video, I touched on how hyped the Radeon RX 7900 XTX
It was
has
pretty hyped.
been. AMD themselves are largely to blame for this, but
Yep.
just to make sure that I wasn't off base, I polled our audience asking what their expectations were based on AMD's RDNA 3 announcement, where they compared
But
the
disappointing, this
7900
definitely isn't
XTX to
disappointing.
the 6950 XT, showing gains of between 50 to 70%. The majority of you expected the 700 XTX to be on average at least 50% faster than the 6950 XT, based on what you'd seen so far from AMD. With 60% of all the people who voted voting 50% or more, it's clear AMD messed up and set expectations way too high. At 50% faster than the 6950 XT, the 700 XTX would be at least 10 to 15% faster than the RTX 4080, and really not a great deal slower than the 4090. In reality, though, the 700 XTX was on average just 35% faster than the 6950 XT, placing it on par with the RTX 4080. Now, look, I could give AMD 40% faster. Let's go with that. That's probably achievable, an extra 5% over what I showed. Margin of error, rounding differences. They used a faster CPU, so that could also help broaden the gap a bit there. But 40% is really as high as I could go in our 16 game average. It's certainly not going to be higher than that when accounting for those other variables. And AMD's own review guide showed the 700 XTX to be on average 43% faster than the 6950 XT. So slightly more favorable than our matchup, though the sample of games was different and the hardware used, again, was different. They used a Zen 4 CPU, for example. The point is, though, I think people were expecting more, and that's going to lead to a lot of negative feedback from gamers. And if that is indeed the case, AMD has no one to blame but themselves. But let's just put hype aside. Is the 700 XTX any good?
Yeah.
Minus a few teething issues, which I'll discuss in a moment, I think this is a decent product. So
I think a lot of their slower games where they look much slower or on par with the 4080 are driver related, and I'm pretty sure those are going to get fixed. Maybe not completely, because you can compare it to the difference between the 6950 and the new card, and then look at the new card when it performs well. So my guess is there's actually a decent number of driver related bugs here, which might lend credence to there is some rumor discussion that the GPU has some bugs to work out, and they're working on that. On launch, still has bugs to be worked out, and I think that's true. But obviously, that's conjecture, or it's just me just saying that it potentially there's plenty of performance on the table that they need to mop up with a updated driver. Once again, I'd be kind of curious to look at this in maybe 4 months or 6 months down the road once they get the drivers more mature. 4 months or so, I'd say.
Certainly not bad compared to the competition,
Nah.
but also not good either. Although the 700 XTX looks quite good in terms of value for those interested primarily in rasterization performance, at $1,000 US, it's not exactly cheap. Sure, it looks pretty good next to the RTX 4080, delivering the same level of performance for $200 US less, but the RTX 4080 sucks at the current asking price, and that's not just me saying that, it's gamers at large, as sales across the globe for RTX 4080 has been extreme.
It was $1,000 cheaper than 4080. You could say the competition's more expensive, and it sucks, because it does. We just talked about that earlier. It sucks, because it does, but it's not $1,200, and it's still much better, well, generally better than the 4080, and cheaper.
Extremely weak. That's a problem because in almost every measurable metric, the RTX 4080 is a superior product to that of the 7900 XTX. The RTX 4080 offers comparable rasterization performance, significantly better ray tracing performance, better upscaling for sure. As DLSS is superior to FSR, it also uses less power, and the media engine is better supported. Really, the
power consumption most people don't give a shit about, by the way, unless you try to jerk that off, about needing a bigger power supply and transients and stuff. I disagree with the assessment that the 4080 is just a better graphics card. His benchmarks even didn't show that, right? It was almost on identical performance in the 1440p, but then in 4K and 1080p, it's just better than a 4080, right? Which is $200 more. Well, depending on how much the price drop it, $200 more than the 7900 XTX. Ray tracing performance is, once again, one of the first things people turn off when shit's bogged down. You'll turn off the ray tracing performance, and in my personal opinion, it's never mattered, and I don't think it will matter into the future. As far as, what do you see, like media? So I guess encoding? Sure. You can make a claim for encoding performance, right? I don't think you should be buying a 4080 if you're looking for encoding performance, though. You can buy, I don't know if most people know that, but you can literally get a low-end video card, and if you want to stream from the same PC, you can use one of your other GPUs in your PC. You don't need to use your primary GPU. So it's a little like, even though the encoding engine might be better in the 4000 series, although he didn't look at the 7000 series, encoding engine is better, because a new version of NVENC is actually really good, right? You can buy a second GPU that's just low end to get that performance, what you're looking for. To get that encoding engine, you don't need to buy a 4090. They're built into their lower end series too. Assumingly, it's going to be built into their 4050 and 4060. That'll be on the low end price range. So you don't even need that's not even a selling point in my opinion. Because you can buy a low end piece of shit and still, I have a 1660 Ti encoding the stream right now. Yeah, which is very old, and which I need to replace with something that has ray tracing cores in it, because it needs the Tesla cores for some advanced features which it doesn't have. But this stream has been recorded with 1660 Ti. It's been encoded for the last 5 years. It's been out 5 years. Yeah, because it's just it looks really good. That being said, it was a $250 video card when I bought it, and it's still there and it's still doing what it needs to. And you don't need to use even if you have one PC, you don't need to use your primary graphics card to encode with OBS. You can use QuickSync built into the CPU. So if you have an Intel CPU with a built-in GPU, you could use an extra video card that you just replaced with the new video card that you're buying. You can use your old one, right? It doesn't matter because you can select it in the OBS. It doesn't matter.
The only thing going for the 700 XTX is the fact that it's 17% cheaper. But
and
I feel
faster.
like when spending $1,000 US on a graphics card, that's a lot of money. $1,000 US. Do you really care?
It feels an awful lot like he's trying to push to make AMD look bad, and I don't really understand it. Like looking at, like, it's $1,000, guys. Yeah, well, the 4080 is $1,200, right? And it sucks. And the 4090 is $1,600. But at the end of the day, you can say it's $1,000, and it doesn't change the competition of what the market looks like, right? Very weird.
They're about $200 US. Wouldn't you just spend the extra money to get the superior product?
I mean, no, it's not a superior product from the graphs you just showed us. Like, if you're looking at ray tracing, sure, once again. But once again, that's a feature I don't think matters, and most people turn off. So maybe he really, really likes ray tracing performance. He did have this one elusive ray tracing performance benchmark in the middle of all his rasterization benchmarks for some reason. This F1 benchmark right here in the center. This guy. Why is this in here? Steve, why is this here? I think it's Steve. I think Chris is the other guy who does CPU stuff. Why is this here? Where was I?
Was different, and the hardware used, again, was different. They used a Zen 4 CPU, for example. In almost every measurable metric, $200 US.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is COVID brain or something?
It's an assumption, I know, but $1,000 is a lot of money depending on a graphics card. At that point, are you really looking to cut corners on things like ray tracing, performance, upscaling, and so on?
Yes. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. I mean, the same argument you could make. Why would you stop at $1,200? You could just buy a 4090, right? It's only $1,600. You know, you're already at $1,000. Why wouldn't you spend the extra? It's like a car salesman's thing going on here. Why wouldn't you just spend the extra $600? And you're like, what? What's going on here? What's going on here, dude? Like, you know, I kind of value $600. I kind of value $200 too, right? Just because you're at $1,000, and it will be cheaper at $900. Like, you're going to get a better product for sure. And the 4080 is arguably definitely not a better product. And the 4090 is, but that's $600 more, you know.
All of that said, I feel AMD needs to be coming in at least 20% cheaper, if not 25% cheaper. So $900 US.
What? He thinks his card needs to be $800 compared to the competition, which is $1,200 and $1,600? What? What the fuck? What's going on here?
Would be a more appropriate price given what we've seen, which is kind of humorous given that I felt the RTX 40.
Like, is it because he thinks stuff needs to be cheaper? I mean, sure it does, but at the end of the day, like, AMD is still throwing the bone to the market where NVIDIA fucked the market, right?
The 80 really needed to be $900 for it to be an exciting product. And again, given sales, I feel like I was probably right about that one. But that's the kind of discount where I can say for most of you
I
who
mean,
benefit
this
of the
seems an awful lot like
GeForce
Overwatch,
simply
where
aren't worth the
the
price
community is just
premium.
telling
For
Overwatch or the
$900
Blizzard to
US,
give
you really
stuff to
would
them
just
to
get the
free and just
7900
fuck the market,
XTX.
right?
After all, if you're someone
Kinda
who
weird.
mostly plays multiplayer games like myself, stuff like ray tracing, it's really not that appealing. You're really after raw FPS performance, and in stuff like
Yeah.
Warzone 2, Call of Duty, the 700 XTX just delivers that in spades. But at 17% less than the RTX 4080, it's still not really the obvious choice.
What's 70% less? I don't, what, I mean, he made these benchmarks, right? So at 1440p, which is probably what majority of multiplayer gamers are going to be playing, his average, which includes a bunch of single player games, are looking right around. Maybe it's Counter Strike. Maybe he's quoting Counter Strike performance. Do you have Counter Strike in here? I swear I didn't see it. I know he tested Modern Warfare. I don't see Call of Duty in here or Counter Strike in here. Odd. I don't think he even tested Counter Strike, and he's talking about testing Counter Strike. I don't know, maybe he's like super tired or something. This is really weird. He didn't test it, and he's talking about testing it right now. Yeah, so like if you look at the average, it's break even with the 4080. It's $200 cheaper than the 4000 or the 4080. Ray trace is obviously worse. He tested a ray tracing benchmark in the middle of his rasterization benchmarks. And the COD performance for the 7000 series is fantastic, which warrants more investigation into the multiplayer aspect, by the way. And that's 4K. Or is it 1440p? Yeah, look at that. That's insane. And then, so his break even. It was break even on 1440p with the 4080, but then it's ahead on 4K, and then it's ahead on 1080p too. For $200 cheaper. What's going on? What? Did we look at, is this the same video? He's literally the guy that made the test results, right?
To something like an RTX 4080 or really any other GPU.
What?
MSI also confirmed this issue with Jared, and at this point the cause is unknown, so I suspect MSI would be working with AMD on the solution, and it's unclear if this affects other motherboards, but it was a confirmed issue, so I'm reporting it here. Though I should note that I didn't run into this issue with my MSI AM4 motherboard. Anyway, I don't want to make the Radeon RX 7900 XTX sound like a broken product, as our testing was mostly smooth, but there were a few hiccups along the way that
subjective look at things here definitely seems like he's trying to downplay it a lot.
Enough. Overall, the Radeon RX 7900 XTX looks to be a decent product, at least relative to its GeForce competitor, but whether or not it's worth it at $1,000 US will depend on how much stock you place in stuff like ray tracing performance. Also,
I'm going to agree with him no matter what on the ray tracing performance. If you want ray tracing, don't go with AMD. But that being said, they caught up a lot with this generation, but at the same time, ray tracing is literally the first thing you turn off when things don't work right. It bogs everything down. So
for those of you with previous generation flagships, the 7900 XTX simply won't be worth the upgrade. And while it is a big step forward from something like an RX 6800, it is also roughly twice the price, so it's not really moving the needle forward when it comes to value. And worse still, the RX 6800 and 7900 XTX really could be members of the same product family. Frankly, neither the 7900 XTX or RTX 4080 would have me racing out to buy one, so
I mean,
I guess we'll have to wait.
At this point, I skipped the 3000 generation because it was so expensive, and I skipped the 6000 generation because they're so expensive because of crypto mining. You could make a case for buying a 3080 for $500, but I'm not looking to buy something that's almost half as fast. That's not really where I'm going with things, especially if I'm going to buy something shiny. Because I have a 2080 still on my computer. This is once again another reason that I'm kind of sticking with, I might not upgrade right now, and I'm just going to wait like a couple months and see what happens to the market, because and NVIDIA particularly is extremely expensive, and I need an NVIDIA graphics card in order to slot into my current setup, and it has nothing to do with what would be a recommendation if I had a normal PC and a normal case. It's just my usage case. Yeah, just wait a couple months for the new X3D and Vcache models of 7000 series CPUs. I'm very much looking forward to. This is really weird, and I don't know, his whole take at the end here, guys, very weird.
Wait around and see what the lower tier models have to offer, but I'm certainly not holding my breath. Certainly not for anything amazing. And that is really going to do it for this.
I don't know, maybe he's being a contrarian.
If you appreciate this one, then please do give it a like. It was a lot of work. You can also subscribe.
It could be he's really tired when he's making the video at the end here and just kind of disgruntled or something. I don't know.
There'll probably be some partner cards that'll be worth checking out, so we'll do that. Also, we have Floatplane or Patreon. If you want.
That's weird. I definitely don't agree with his assessment at the end of the video.
Get access to our monthly live streams,
which is weird because I'm generally agreeing with his benchmarks, but then we have basically two different takes on his benchmarks at the end of it. That's really weird.
Server for members only, so pretty cool stuff.
Like, I don't disagree with his benchmarks except for where he placed the ray tracing results from F1.
I would like to thank you for watching this video.
But then he also at the end was just kind of decided he was just going to go a completely different way with it. I get it, you know, stuff's expensive, but you're comparing it to the market. You're not comparing it to whatever fictitious model you have in your mind of what the market should be, right? I don't know. That was really weird. That threw me off completely when he was talking about stuff, and then at the end, his subjective take on things, his monologue just didn't seem like it matched it. Okay. I need to take a piss, guys. I'm going to wash up my coffee cup and grab a soda, and then we're going to take a look at the greedy upsell. Maybe he was in talks. Maybe this is the thing. Maybe he's in talks with Gamers Nexus, and they're like, "Yeah, man. Oh man. Oh yeah. Let's give it to him. Let's lay the screws on together or something." We'll take a look at this. I'm kind of curious what's going on here with this one now too. This is really weird. I'll be right back, guys. Guys, something's amiss here. Let's see. This is going to be... I don't know how much this we're going to watch, because obviously we just watched another video.
There's a problem with X inflation. X's have gotten really expensive. So the 2600X, for example, is $50 more than the 2600 non-X. But the 7900 XTX is... It ends up being... So the 7900 XT is 33% fewer X's at 10% less money. Clearly, one of the worst downgrades in PC history ever. Review over. We can all move on now. X inflation aside, NVIDIA did AMD a massive favor by launching its 4080 at $1,200 and 4090 at $1,600. And the most interesting aspect of our 7900 XTX review was the fact that the 4080 is $1,200.
I have 14 years.
So
where's that put me?
$1,000 for the 7900 XTX and $900 for the 7900 XT that we're reviewing today in this video. And at the time of filming, NVIDIA hasn't budged. We'll see if they do. They
NVIDIA takes a while to react to pricing.
There's a lot of them sitting on the shelves,
unfortunately,
even here in Taipei. But for now, the 4080 remains not really that good of a value. So we're reviewing the 7900 XT. We're still on the other side of the world from our usual studio, but we have all the usual data for you. Let's get started. Before that, this video is brought to you by our editors, then a test for the cards with all the highlights and all of the different X's and the product names. So bear with us and the chart highlights for this one, but we're gonna do our best. There's the XTX that we reviewed, and then as we call it sometimes the XT non-second X. We have a lot more we wanna do with these cards when we get home to analyze the data closer, but today we're focusing on gaming for rasterization. We'll also be looking at ray tracing, at ray tracing performance, honks for rasterization out here in Taipei, and we'll be looking at thermals, power, and some fan and frequency response behavior today. For some quick references, the $900 7900 XT puts it above the 6950 XT in price and the 6900 XT in price, with those two still right now today as I'm filming in the $650 mark. And we saw them up to about 700. So that's probably the closest competition for AMD right now, is its own parts from last generation. For some quick specs, so the RX 7900 XT steps down to 20 gigabytes of memory from 24 gigabytes on the 7900 XT. XTX review, we also went over pressure maps, flatness, and we went over a internet. We've got it locked down at this point. This chart shows the number of X's in a product name, with higher obviously being better. As shown, the average power consumption during a workload. It's not as good as the X's and the number locked. The stock 313 watt figure is alongside the 6900 XT, which pulled 300 watts for its workload, and it's below the 6950 XT at 377 watts. That means that even if AMD is equal to the 60, AMD needs to do some fan ramp tuning on both of these cards. This card also has coil line issues, although we didn't bother recording this one like we did for the XTX. The frequency validation is next. Tested in the same scenario, the 7900 XTX originally plotted in the 2600 to 2700 megahertz range with some occasional spikes higher. The RX 7900 XT had a... And we'll begin with Total War Warhammer 3.
Okay.
This time we're skipping the 8K testing because clearly in our XTX review, 8K was definitely worth everyone's time, and we're glad that AMD spent all the time it did marketing something that is so playable and something that everyone has. Anyway, at 4K, the RX 7900 XT non-second X ran at 75 FPS average, meaning that spending $100 for an extra letter X is, in this game, worth a 20% uplift versus the
so this is the 7900 XT video, which includes the 7900 XTX video.
Sort of, but it's not always
video,
that clean.
XTX
some of our other games, this number is all over the place. And like NVIDIA, it starts to more look like the classic upsell. The XT lands between the 3090 and the 3090 Ti, outperforming the RTX 3080 by about 18%. The 4080 still isn't worth buying, at least at the price it was when we wrote this review, but as a comparison, it's 16% ahead of the XT non-second X. That's the 7900 XT, to be clear. The 7900 XT outdoes the expensive from the 4K delta we saw, which we think has to do with some combination of memory bandwidth and the one inactive MCD. The 3090 Ti falls behind the 7900 XT here, once again establishing that the 3090 Ti's recent launch was a last-minute grab for gaming users. It at least had some value for people who are using it for the video memory, though. The lead of the XT over the 3080 is about 35 FPS average here, or 29%. Price. Finally, at 1080p, the 7900 XT pushed a 233 FPS average, allowing the 7900 XTX an 11% lead, reduced from 20% at 4K and 16% at 1440p. So there's a clear downtrend here as resolution decreases. The 4080 still has a lead over the 7900 XT.
Weirdly enough, though, if you look at the 1%, 0.1%, it doesn't go up. Where it's tied with the 7000 series, right? It just kind of maxes out at 151 and 180. And then the 4090, while it's producing more frames, is also getting lower 1%, 0.1%, which is your stuttering and micro stuttering, by the way. Pretty weird.
Not a lead that's anywhere near justifiable at the price. As for older hardware, the 6900 XT is available at time of writing for $660, or 73% of the MSRP of the 700 XT and 75% of the performance. AMD has at least improved generationally against the launch MSRP.
2070 XT is basically the equivalent of 2080.
Lasts remain competitive with the new options. The 4090 establishes the ceiling here, and it's the undisputed leader. AMD hasn't changed to that with its launch of these two cards. Although AMD has
once again, one of the problems I have with Gamers Nexus is they test like 5 games total. That's it.
In rasterization.
And then they make some pretty broad claims based on those 5 games, none of which are multiplayer.
Is next, starting at 4K. We wanted to see if AMD could repeat
the
test
here.
XTX
1, 2,
gap it achieved in Total War.
3,
in this one, the
4,
XTX's 143 FPS
5,
average against the XT's
6,
123
games.
FPS average establishes about a 16% lead for the XTX. 4 percentage points reduced from Total War, but close enough to remain significant. It's kind of where this one lands. AMD is positioning these cards similarly to NVIDIA's top 2, so rather than a slight overclock that nearly invalidates the flagship like we used to see, there's kind of a real swing that's starting to form here. But that extra 16% costs 11% more money. General price hike.
Extra performance costs more money, guys. News at 10.
Against the 6900 XT, we're looking at a swing of 104 FPS average to 123 FPS average on the XT. It's not the biggest generational swing, and NVIDIA's lack of presence at $1,000 and below is really the biggest thing that AMD has going for it right now. With close in price. At 1440p, the XT's 215 FPS average creates only an 8% gap between the XT second X and the XT no second X but one first X. The 4080 and 4090 aren't that interesting here. They're outperforming the limitations of this benchmark at 1440 69 XT when this but focus has good scaling at 4K, making AP since it's too CPU bound to be useful. Final Fantasy still has good scaling at 4K.
They're even going to show us benchmarks now.
Interesting benchmark since it represents an otherwise underrepresented category of gaming, MMOs, and it scales beyond the CPU with some settings. The 7900 XTX's 148 FPS average gives it a 19% improvement over the RX 7900 XT, similar to Total Warhammer. The 4080 is a click above that at 152, and against the 6900 XT, we're looking at a more limited uplift of 20% to 10%, depending on if you're considering the 6950 XT instead. For the 7900 XTX, a good data set due to game up to 4090. Next up is F1 2022. Towards the XTX.
So they only tested it at 4K?
To the 4080 to 4090. Next up is F1 2022. This one is a limited data set due to game updates that required full reruns recently. The RX 7900 XT ran at 143 FPS average, allowing the XTX a lead of 15%. The 4080 leads.
So here they're showing the XTX beating the FE. Once again, the 4080. Once again, Hardware in Box for some reason tested F1 2022 with ray tracing on. I still don't understand why when they can turn it off. I guess because it was a toggle and they made it a custom setting and they didn't want to do a custom setting, but they're willing to turn the graphics up and down. I don't know. They have some tech tubers or hardware review websites have weird methodology in how they decide whether, like, the rationalization for how they turn stuff up and off and on and off and tweaking the bells and whistles, right? And when they're allowed to and when they aren't allowed is usually basically a house rule, and then they just kind of make it up as they go. Weird stuff.
The XT by 5.
Because later on they turned it off.
As for last generation, the 6950 XT's 133 FPS average put the 7900 XT 7.6% ahead. So Nothing. It basically just feels like that pre-overclock again. If this particular trend continues, it'll be shaping up in a disappointing way for the XT. But Total War was one of the more positive results, so we'll see how it unfolds. At 1440p for F1, it's even worse. The 7900 XT only leads the 6950 XT by 3% at 233 versus 226 FPS average. It's starting to feel entirely pointless. The 6900 XT and the 6950 XT cards were just available for hundreds of dollars cheaper. So AMD's asking in this game for 3% more performance, but for over 30% more money than new in-box 6000 series cards that just sold recently. Rainbow Six looks a little better. At 4K, the 700 XT outpaces the 6950 XT by 19%, or the 6900 XT by 28%. The XTX leads the XT by 19% here, and the 4080 is also about 19% ahead as it's tied with the XTX.
1%, 0.1% are higher though.
If the 4080 ever comes down in price, it may pose an existential threat for some AMD 7000 series cards, but it depends on how much it comes down. We just saw dozens of them on shelves in Taipei's biggest electronics market, so we'd imagine the price drop is looming. Rainbow Six Siege at 1080p had the 4090 clearly CPU bound, and the 4080 occasionally bound during the benchmark. That means we're not able to see full scaling. The 7900 XTX and the 7900 XT remain comparable to each other though. There's about a 1.4% benefit on the XTX to the XT, or about 5% over the 6950 XT from the 7900 XT. But that was at 1080p, so there's clearly something going on with the
700 no one
XT
plays games at 1080p, guys.
That just makes it not beneficial to use.
Yeah, we've talked about just the Gamers Nexus, or the Hardware Unboxed, which is you test Vulkan, you test the other DirectX, or the graphics API, right?
The 700 XT
see what's going on. Like, you don't need to do a full test. Do a cursory run and then see if it's worth your time, right?
Unfortunately for the XT,
very weird.
It's about equal with the 6950 XT, and only 11% ahead of
if there was money to be made here, guys, I would totally be a tech tuber.
XT seems mostly dead in the water in this type of scenario,
but there isn't,
as long
so
as the last-gen cards still exist on the market. Although the XTX remains an interesting contender that's worth considering. The 7900 XT sometimes posts large gains over last gen, but in this
how much is the 3090 Ti anyways?
To really consider. You'd save a lot of money by stepping down to the 6950 XT and basically lose nothing in this specific scenario. Ray tracing performance is next on our list of tests. NVIDIA's managed to set up a foothold here and it has
900?
better positioning versus AMD, but this area is still new and
it
results
is 900.
are varied, and we only test a few games for this one right now.
Aww.
Cyberpunk and Control were the two top voted games by our community when we recently asked on YouTube community which RT games
they did this too. This is weird. This is something new that both of them are doing. They have to talk to each other.
And they have wildly different results between AMD and NVIDIA. In Cyberpunk at 4K, and with DLSS and FSR at equivalent settings between the vendors, the RX 7900 XT ran at 37 FPS average to the XTX's 41 FPS average result. That's
basically like you're being, there's another bottleneck in your computer when you're running ray tracing, which is a ray tracing engine, I guess you could call it. It's like ray tracing cores, whatever the vendor is using, whatever NVIDIA or AMD is using. And it will artificially limit your FPS to whatever the ray tracing engine can perform on your GPU. It's like having a secondary, it's like having a CPU bottleneck, a GPU bottleneck, and a ray tracing bottleneck. And any of those things can be out of line with each other. But generally when you're doing ray tracing titles, it's always a ray tracing engine, you could call it, in your GPU, which is why it's the first thing you turn off, because it basically just eliminates the bottleneck.
61% better than the 700 XT.
Unless you have a really shit CPU.
Is far easier to run. Just remember that these charts are different from our earlier Tomb Raider tests because we're now enabling RT shadows. The RX 700 XT traced graphics down to just shadows. Control is the other highly voted game from our community, using a heavier workload than Tomb Raider, but a lighter one than Cyberpunk. It also avoids AMD's known issues with Cyberpunk right now, where AMD itself has talked about them. The 4K Control benchmark without any DLSS or FSR technology has the 7900 XT at 39 FPS average, giving the XTX an improvement of 16% over the 700 XT. And that's at 45 FPS for the $1,000 option versus the $900 for the XT. The 700 XT is therefore behind the 3090.
If you really care about ray tracing, once again, how many people play with Overwatch? How many people play on Overwatch? Fortnite with ray tracing on? Everyone plays the game with ray tracing on.
Is not though, and its 31 FPS average result means a generational uplift of 24% here. At 1440p, the XT is now at 82 FPS average, which has it between the 3090 and 3090 Ti. The XTX is about 14% ahead, as is the 3090 Ti, with the 4080 establishing a 29% lead. Proportionally, the 7900 XT is looking better here than it did in some other games.
Ray tracing sucks on AMD still. Yep. It's still behind NVIDIA.
Sometimes it's like 20% ahead, which is massive for $100. But then at other times, the value just really isn't there, especially compared to the 6900 XT.
This is why I mentioned with the hardware unboxed, with the hardware unboxed review, it seems like there's a lot of performance still in their drivers that they need to iron out.
They're pretty compelling versus the 7900 XT, even though the XTX has a more meaningful uplift. And a lot of that is because in some of the games we looked at, the 6950 and the 6900 XT, it's like a 1 to 4% gap versus the 7900 XT. It just depends on the test. And obviously other times it's far, far more than that. But the fact that it's a little variable here is part of the problem. Now, we've moved away at this point, NVIDIA and AMD both, from the days of having a flagship that's 4% better for $400 more. Now they have flagships that are actually meaningfully better than their second best card, but there's still a price hike there. So it seems the companies have realized they can sell a lot more of these high-end flagships if they end
it's
up
a linear relationship with the 4080 and 4090
together, where
so
it was almost an inverse upsell in the Titan era. Or
yeah, you're basically with the 4080 to 4090. It's almost a linear relationship between the performance difference. So you just basically get a faster graphics card for more money, and they're both expensive, right?
But the ray tracing performance does post significant gains against the 6000 series in the 7000 series. So if you really care about RT, you still need to look at the 7000 series, or more realistically, NVIDIA. AMD is still behind in ray tracing performance.
Generation
and it still
behind.
has a fighting chance in rasterization. So that hasn't changed generationally. The XTX manages to bounce the 4080 out of the second rank regularly, giving it hope if NVIDIA sticks to its high price point. The 7900 XT is worth it sometimes and pointless other times.
AMD is very
and some of that comes down to how much memory bandwidth versus compute it's using.
Competitive
so
on price
XT,
performance.
We really can't get behind this one.
Yeah, been for like a decade, more than a decade.
There's a little bit of price
Intel and NVIDIA not so much.
For both vendors. AMD's not as steep as NVIDIA, so that's its strongest point right now. Is the 4080 at $1,200 still doesn't make any sense. And the XTX does actually post some pretty meaningful gains versus the 6000 series. It's just the XT non-second X that ends up being more of the problem. So it feels like the XT is a little too expensive for what it is in aggregate, even though in Total War, for example, it looks pretty good. And ultimately, we're analyzing this remotely. So just as a quick note, there's more work we want to do once I get back. But for today, we're limited to what we're able to do on the other side of the world for a review. And that means that there's probably some data analysis, some comparison versus marketing, things like that, that you'll have to see in a future video from us, because it's very hard working on a laptop in the Airbnb where there's construction going on surrounding us. The GPU is allowed to hit steady state by running for So that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. Subscribe for more as always. We'll see you all next time.
Jesus Christ, imagine sleeping through that. Good. Interesting. I do want to take a look at the conclusion on the 4090. We aren't going to do that tonight since we're behind on stuff anyways. So we're going to move on, guys. Do an upload here. We're going to take a look at the tubes. I do not agree. I think Hardware Unboxed has better benchmarking. The Gamers Nexus does nowadays, for sure. But I don't really even agree with the conclusion on Hardware Unboxed. It didn't really make sense considering what they looked at. I don't know. Everyone wants stuff cheaper. I'm not going to disagree there, right? Everyone wants stuff cheaper. But I don't think that's really an argument when you're recommending stuff based on current price points. So I know Tom Scott. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, Tom Scott. Are you playing? Stop. Okay. Let's take a look at the Reddits, guys, and go from there. Worst Heat Melee animation versus best. Give me your input so you give me upvotes. I mean, people seem to notice, but McCree is being considered for a rework in the future. How would you rework Rootin' Tootin' Head-Clicking Cowboy? He doesn't need a remake more than Soldier needs a remake. Besides his grenade's dumb. His aim assist grenade is dumb. Or he literally just flies like a guided missile to you. Yeah. Okay. AMD Reddits. It's people like these that are massive, massive problem. Why? It's clickbait. Good. 7900 XTX just as bad value as RTX 4080. What? 4080 is a much better reference cooler. I guess you want to pay $200 for a better reference cooler, which drops your temps a tiny bit. And considering the extra features of 4080, this card looks even worse. Scary. This is someone that speaks English as a second language. Notice the space here after the before the period. Or it could have been a run-on sentence. Scary how such prices have normalized after pandemic. It wasn't pandemic, it's fucking crypto. Oh god. It's crypto that did that. Hardware box, 1600 comments. %1% lows are what matter, not average FPS, and 0.1%, but no data, yeah. Hardware box for some reason does not test 0.1%. Probably because they'd have a lot of variance unless they tested it a lot, which is why they just eliminate it. It eliminates the number of runs they have to do. Ah, bless me. Thank you, guys. Prices are still trash for my running green, probably because you're coming off of what you paid for your 6800 XT during COVID and crypto boom. Yeah, if people are running a 3000 series or 6000 series high-end graphics card, they paid a pretty penny for that. Unless they bought it like literally this year, like partway into this year, they definitely spent too much on their graphics card. Because it was all price gouged. They didn't wait. It's like this is like the buyer remorse strikes back or something. Like this generation is buyer's remorse strikes back when they realize they could get something for the same price as much better. Yeah. Although that's usually the case when new hardware comes out, right? At $800, this card could have smashed, but over $1,000 is no competition from NVIDIA. Their competition is $1,200 and it's slower. What? AMD fucked up so hard with their pricing of these 7000 series cards. Compared to what? The 4080 and 4090 are expensive and much more expensive. The fuck? Am I just delusional? What the fuck's going on here? Am I just having like my brain's exploding? What's going on here? Am I a stroke? AMD had the perfect opportunity to price these cards $300 to $500 cheaper than the 4080 and basically force people to buy their cards over NVIDIA. I mean, they're still $200 cheaper. $300 to $500 would mean this card would have to be $700 in this market? What are they smoking? What's going on here? Disappointing. Hopefully they will soon be forced to price cuts. They will be. Crypto Ponzi schemes are collapsing. Lockdowns are over. Recession is looming. The cards should be, yeah, they're going to come down in price. But right now, the current competition is NVIDIA at $1,200 and $1,600. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of fucking money. Some people here are delusional that just think that they should just sell stuff cheaper because that's what they want. That's like they're projecting what they want to buy the card for onto what the market is. Could have been launched at $700 and $900 respectively. That's not the way NVIDIA. It's not the way NVIDIA is pricing things. Fanboys were saying AMD is going to save GPUs, completely ignoring the 7,000 prices were absurd. Does no one notice the 4,000? What's going on here? For real, this thread is weird. AMD even reiterated this card is meant to be 4080 competitor, which it did exactly as expected. Who's he responding to? This guy, right? Looks like he's responding to opening post, but the opening post doesn't say that. Why does anyone buy the 7th? Why would anyone want to buy an AMD versus NVIDIA? Because this is a comparable product. What does that mean? AMD is just inferior because they're AMD compared to NVIDIA? What? Like, where's the logic here? This is weird. It's almost like this feels like an engineered thread. What the fuck's going on here? People complain about the marketing. You aren't required to buy the card. It's like the weird thing here is regardless of marketing, that's why you look at benchmarks, right? Just because you go, oh, the marketing's wrong. Yeah, they marketed the card. That's what all the manufacturers do. They fucking market. That's why you don't look at marketing. You look at the benchmarks. Complaining about the marketing after you see the benchmarks means nothing. Who gives a shit about the marketing? That's why you are an informed user. You're an informed individual because you've looked at the benchmarks, right? So then you base the buying and selling off the benchmarks. What is wrong with people? I'm not buying AMD graphics cards based on their marketing. I'm not buying NVIDIA graphics cards based on their market because I'm an informed user. Why are people complaining about the marketing? Who cares? You have a choice now to buy it with an informed decision to buy it at its price or not buy it at its price, and you're not going to be buying it based on the marketing. They go, oh, fuck the marketing. Oh, shit. I was not informed when we were all in this thread discussing the benchmark results. And there's people in here complaining about the marketing, which will not influence their decision at all because that's marketing and they're already an informed user. So what the fuck are you even complaining about? I don't understand. Yeah, there's people complaining about the 50, 70% numbers, don't care. I don't understand. It's like people bought the card already and they're complaining because they were promised 50 to 70% increase. And now they're looking at less than that and they're like, shit. Fuck, man, I bought this card already. I can't return it. Like, people are complaining about a purchase they've never made off results that they know aren't true. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. What the fuck? It's like we're in, what the fuck is it? We're like in a hypothetical scenario where people are complaining about something they didn't buy based on numbers they know aren't true. What? What? Okay. 57% generational increase in performance. It depends on what they're tested. So technically they aren't wrong. That's why it's marketing, right? Depending on the game that we looked at, it is a 50-70% increase. It's not a 50% to 70% increase across the board. It depends on which games that are tested. And that's marketing in a nutshell. It's how you can spin numbers to make it look better. That's why you look at benchmarks, which is what we do. This whole thread's fucking weird, guys. I don't get this shit. Almost feels like gaslighting. I don't understand what's going on here. AMD for feeling price increases and still releasing an inferior product. What? They sold a product for cheaper that's faster than a 4080. I don't get this. What did people only go to the conclusion and listen to the conclusion? Good product, shitty price. Well, I mean, sure. I want a $300 top of the line video card too. Results are all over the place. Yeah, I suspect that there's an issue with their drivers that they need to iron out. Power consumption is terrible. My 4080 bits barely hits the 300 watts. That's not true. Oh, yeah, it's very close. It's worse than the 4080, but not as bad as 4090. So, I don't know what's being complained about here. This is weird, guys. I don't know what the fuck's happening here. There's a lot of comments that are like, they didn't either watch the video or are just manufactured. I mean, in some of the, it actually beats the 4090 in one of the benchmarks, which is surprising. What was that? That was in Total War, I think it was in. Jeez, holy fuck. Okay, I'm done reading this thread. This is ridiculous. It's like listening to Survivor comments at the end of a Dead by Daylight match where you won and they tell you you're bad and you lost. I don't understand. What the fuck? Where is your logic coming from? This video will not age well. My next series review is Linus Tech Tip video. I don't really understand. Like, Hardware Unboxed even showcased the 1080p was about on par with 4080, and that includes a ray trace benchmark that was in the middle of it for some reason. It was about on par with 4080, as almost identically on par with 4080. It's $200 cheaper. 1440p and 4K data is all higher than, except for the ray traced, obviously, than 4080. And it's still $200 cheaper. What doesn't compute there? If you want ray tracing, that's different. But for rasterization, for normal benchmarks, normal everyday use, it's a better value and cheaper. That's fucking weird. Holy fuck. Alright, DBD Reddits, guys. It's like, it almost seems like people just fast forwarded to the conclusion and didn't look at the benchmarks at all. Which is very misleading based on the data because it doesn't agree with the data at all. Why is the Survivor faster than me? This is very suspicious. Shitpost meme. You need a controller? No. I guess he's in his teleport mode. Oh, he's in a snowman. Yeah. Here are some statistics I got from 10 games as the night. Killer. Night. Okay. Community is so bored they will make anything a drama. Yeah, everything's about drama. Drama is easy entertainment. We've talked about that, guys. It is the lowest hanging fruit as far as entertainment goes. All right. To our WoW upload. We're going to be going back to Overwatch 2 of Warcraft. Dragonflight. Wow. We go back to Overwatch 2 after we're done with our dungeon gearing, but that'll take a couple days, which is where we're at right now. And obviously today we got started later. So there's that. 11th. And then we had to take a look at the 7000 series launch. Whoop. Okay. Let's move along, guys. On to the World of Warcraft. I have to plug in my Nostromo. 1 second. Okay. Let's move on to some video games. Alrighty, guys. So what are we doing tonight, guys? We're going to be doing some dungeons. We're going to be doing some gearing. And see where things go. First, increases item level for win in battlegrounds. Mm-hmm. Hmm.
My goods are crafted with great care.
I don't know, it's weird. It's like everyone wants to set fire to the world today. Fucking weird. It was like there's a bunch of people in the game earlier today that are just freaking out. Freaking out about the fact that,
Light be with you. The Isles have the
the auction house was down for like 2 hours today, and there were people bitching up a storm in trade chat. It was fucking weird. It's like, it's fucking, in general, it just seems like, I don't know, something happened today or something? I don't know. Let's go to the Ozura span, guys, and do a turn in. We're gonna see if we can get a satchel pop here. But we might not be able to. If it takes too long, I'll just queue normally. Here, Marty.
It seems the mortal races have flourished.
No. Not really anything I want.
Thank you for all you have.
That's to be expected. Majority of the dungeon quests are something they do as an introduction, so you do them while you're questing rather than after the fact. Still nothing. Ah, I'm getting fatigue. Weird. Bye, fatigue. Guys.
Oh, such an unusual visitor.
Even trees need friends. Got. That. Literally crashed into the guy's house, guys.
What brings you here?
Nope. Pick what sells for more.
Your help is greatly
You. Gain 25% from dragon supplies, okay.
I have lived to see them return.
Yeah. Now I have to go back? You didn't even give me a portal. Fuck is that? Okay. Aww. Artist getting
Such
along,
an
guys.
unusual visitor.
House of Infusion painting. Painting. Okay. Let's say. You haven't gotten a pop yet. That's not good. They're popping earlier today. Their satchels basically the entire time is logged on. I stand by, tanks tend to be more hardcore folks, and as such, there's more of them late night than during degenerate hours than during daytime. If you're in casual hours, it's almost always DPS that are missing. Now it seems like they're almost always tanks that are missing. Now it seems like tanks are, I guess, normal? Oh, we might have to queue, guys. May have to queue.
Be welcome. Ancestors protect you.
Yeah. Galleon of Ancestors, 333. Okay. Make it hard to fuck up on. Place Tira's bow. Did I pick it up? Or is it something I'm supposed to do in the dungeon? Be above me too. Well, me. I think I have to do this in the instance. I can't place it here. I have to do it in the instance. Shit. Makes sense. Sometimes they do that, so I was in the instance and I got the bow and I just didn't place it. I guess we'll just queue up. I suppose. I shouldn't need to just queue up though. It should just give me free things, guys. Why doesn't it just give me free things? And no. They were totally waiting. I don't know what's going on with the queue. It's like Blizzard's watching me. And there's the DPS taking a piss. I believe when you come back, it doesn't remember your speed. Done this one before? I believe we have. Hi. I'm in Thule. Ah, they're all from the same group. Yeah?
Be wary, champions. My vault is many things, but harmless is not one of them. These whelplings perceive anyone not of my blood as a threat. Their gaze pierces all. If they see you, all nearby creatures will awaken to purge you from the vault.
I can't use my buttons. I can't use my buttons, guys. I can't use my fucking buttons. The fuck is going on here? My fucking god. I can't use my buttons. Someone is lagging badly. What a shitty time for someone else to have issues when I'm having an issue. There we go. That. What are they doing?
The sundered flame have been delving into my vault. They do not understand the dangers within, nor the powers they meddle with.
So the radius on these gets smaller. Oh, maybe it's just gonna run side. I was gonna go around the outer edge, but I guess we can go over here. Oh, buddy. Oh. Aggroed the shit. Who aggroed the shit? That was me. Lilies, by the way. Okay. They're aggro? I think it does random aggro too. Okay. Good. Alright. And the guy's dead to avoid walking back. Okay, maybe just drop.
My beloved Malagos gifted me with arcane seeds. I planted them here. A little garden from him. It looks as though it has grown wild over the years. I will need you to prune it.
He came back. Good. I love doing that, by the way. I 100% love setting people on fire that die by standing in shit. Hilarious. Yep. Yeah. I don't know what these trees are supposed to do. I really should read up on the trees, guys. Oh, you're supposed to use the lines to blow up the trees. I remember now. Oh. Yeah, you're supposed to use the trees. I remember now. I remember. He's almost dead, too. standing in it. So I could possibly do it, but I'd have to like move them out and then move them back in, which I mean I could totally do, but to align that because it's based on where you were standing, not where you are standing afterwards.
There is no sign of the sundered flame here. Come, this way.
Heroic, right? Yeah.
I know just what to do with you. The location of my vault was chosen to harness and make use of this powerful ley line. While a marvel to behold, I am unsure of what effects it will have on your mortal form. Do be on the lookout for the growth of extra appendages.
Oh. Oh. Okay. I hit that, it didn't do anything. Fuck you, game.
You have discovered one of my books of translocation. Since the majority of the vault's caretakers are flightless,
Okay.
I incorporated a means of safe travel via these tomes.
Yeah. That's not good. That's not good. Need to hit you. That's not good. Oh my god, they're an owl. While magic coalesces around you, its effect is unknown. While magic fizzles, its effect is unknown. It causes nothing, no effect. Purple stuff. Yeah. Probably should have done that a while ago. Did I fucking miss something? I don't think I didn't need to clear that, did I? I thought that was a boss room. I totally didn't need to clear that. Yeah, that was a waste of time. Left is easier pull, one group easier fights. Okay. Try not to get hit off the edge, because, you know, that's not fun. Technically, don't even need to pull this. We could wait for them to pat. Does it matter, though? Doing that. Hardening scales. Yeah. Oh my God, for the love of God.
Yes, yes. So beautiful. So powerful. All for me.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Okay. Risk it or clear. I don't want to die. If I remember right, last time we did this, we didn't actually, we didn't clear it completely.
No! Mine! It is all mine! Me! Take care of that! Shred you! My magic!
Oh, this is the ball dodge. I remember now.
Me! Take care of them! Shred you! Oh, the power! Mine!
We were supposed to kill the mirror images.
Take care of them! Shred you! My magic!
No. The warrior knows what he's doing.
Take care
That's why he's telling people what to do.
Slash you!
Sure, I'm not supposed to pick it up. That's just random. Kind of weird. It feels like they should actually be doing damage right now outside of the orbs while this is going on to actually force you to have to kill them faster. Maybe they're doing mythic.
Poor Azure Blade. I do not blame her. I should have thought of her before I left. This door. I sense a breach behind it. The sundered flame must be this way.
Tear this place apart if you have to. I will expose whatever secret she locked away within these walls.
Tirash must not break the final seal. The consequences would be dire. Please, hurry.
Looks like that, like, orange, the fire circle, is totally, like, one of them doing it. Oh. Oh, yeah. Remember, right, these guys have a knockback, so I don't want to get pushed off the edge. Good. Good. Ba-ding, ba-ding, ba-ding. Yoink.
What is she hiding?
Oh. Good.
Did she send you? Enough! Freeze!
Okay.
Her secrets will be mine! Now you will pay! Ice code! Her secrets will be mine! Freeze!
Looks like that, the Ice Devastator he casts, you need to move away from the group, otherwise it, like, destroys the group, too.
Her secrets will be mine! Now you will pay!
DPS in this group's generally is pretty low compared to normal.
Her secrets will be mine. Ice cold.
Shit. Aw, who shit the bed over here? Aw.
Lies.
We are
Someone
too
pooped
late.
right there.
Oh. Oh no.
Which is kind of weird, because I barely squeaked by on the gearing in order to get in here, and I'm doing like almost as much damage as these guys. I'm not exactly sure what that means.
Mother.
Oh, I should pick up a gem. Like a shit gem. Ah. Good.
My agony is yours.
What was I supposed to do? I'm supposed to dodge that. Didn't dodge that. Maybe he has a vulnerability ability of some kind? Oh. We're supposed to fracture these, aren't we? Yeah. No, we're supposed to kill these. That's not good. Uh-oh. We were supposed to kill guys. That's not good. I don't think I'm supposed to turn him. Like, the DPS is actually supposed to kill those. They aren't killing them. Tank was killing them, though.
My dear one. He knew that wild magic was dangerous, but he meddled with it anyway.
Yes, I
By
do.
the time we found him, we could not stop the growth. I placed him in stasis until I could find a proper cure.
Actually, it doesn't have any stats on I
And
want.
then I was gone. Champion, you did what was needed and ended his suffering. Thank you.
Yeah.
I am but a simulacrum. But once, I was a mother as well. Please, leave me to mourn.
Why is it soulbound? Huh. Not exactly sure what. Oh my god, there's a dungeon. There's a dungeon, guys. Oh my god, the bing went off. The bing went off. Oh my god, I'm salivating right now. Bing went off. Yeah, for some reason it didn't let me trade it. Normally you can trade your loop with groups, and I couldn't trade it for some reason. I don't want haste or versatility, and it has both. Technically, versatility is a tanking stat, but I'm not a good tank, so I don't want versatility. I'm a bad tank. I get bad tank stats like crit and mastery.
Your presence is a favorable.
What do we got? That taking damage, low chance to grant you shield. Absorbing 48,000 damage. 10,000 damage split between all enemies. That's like nothing. Good. Utility. This is actually technically a tanking trinket.
Onward.
Not that I want it, though. Cute, right? Yeah, I'm cute. Oh my god, there's a wait time for tanks right now. It's like everyone clicked the button at the same time. I'm waiting as a tank, guys. That's not even possible. You think I have enough time to piss? Find out. Didn't pop yet. Weird. Huh. Waiting for a healer. Of course we are. Inconsiderate healers, guys. Slightly better bracer at crit and master again. Not worth picking up. Huh. That's weird. Just launched without me. Keep pausing. Or clear again.
The aspects have returned.
Ah, let's look for a gem.
We will not repeat our history.
Are these still the best gems? These are old gems. Or strength. These are really old gems. What?
Welcome to Algathar Academy. I am delighted that you received our invitation. The school is a touch behind schedule, but I have heard wondrous...
New students. How wonderful. It has been quite some time since the academy has been open.
Indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for a new lesson.
Okay. Hi. Oh, we got moon guards, guys. It was about to end. I was gonna pull another group and still debating on it. Figure out how good the healing is and how good the group is. Or
Please excuse the mess. It has been quite some time since students have been here. I'm just putting together my lesson plan.
wrong order. We're outside the range of it. Yeah, we are. Bitch, get back here. Good.
Long ago, members of the Blue Dragonflight accidentally overloaded an arcane elemental and created
How come I don't find
a
adamant
powerful
skills?
construct
Some people
named
find that shit all the time, and I
Maximus
don't think I've ever
that
found that in
quickly
distance.
started to wreak
In that
havoc.
instance. Is level 70 the max level? Yes, it is. For the time being. They changed it at one point. It used to be higher than that. I think 110 or 120. I don't remember.
Attempting to prevent it from absorbing stray arcane
God.
orbs
Am I supposed to
that
cut it
allow
away from the
grow
orbs?
further out of control.
I don't know. Adventure guide.
Maximus began manifesting powerful arcane bombs in order to drive
He gains
back the
orbs from them. Gains energy from orbs.
As the dragons neared victory, Maximus unleashed its fun, trying to rewrite history. No orbs.
Orbs, huh? I think it's just to cut it around. Yeah, I think it's just to cut it away. Obviously, direct blast away from the group.
Though Maximus tried its best to defeat the dragons, it was ultimately destroyed. Well done. Since you did so well on your lesson, feel free to take something from the good student's reward chest.
The granted more power if it's not if they're not intercepted. It didn't look targetable. Yeah, I think it's supposed to cut it away from the orbs. There's like a gap. I'll get this. I get this too many times. I'll take the sword. So I can't use it. Obviously, if this is mythic, we just die. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's that you're supposed to run into it and absorb it. We'll have to take a look at that at the end. You got more. Okay, well, so much for a small pull. Oh, big pull, small pull. Skip pull. There we go. Oh, can you pick? Is it pick your bot? Uh-oh. Oh. I guess you can skip the next boss.
Look at this Lishrath arena. Wait.
Let's see, Croft.
What are these birds doing here?
Kickballs. Very good at what I do. Is that the healer? I guess you can skip this guy? Is that the healer? That is the healer. I don't know if the boss starts after the birds or what. I probably could do this without the birds. But yeah, anyways, they squish, they call it the level squish. They squish the stats down with Shadowlands to 60 again, and then we re-level basically from 60 and now with 70, and they're probably gonna go 80, 90, 100. There's 2 expansion packs that were 5 levels, which was a horrible idea, which is 95 and 100. Leave Warlords a Drainer and Mop. This guy pushes you off the edge, if I recall. I don't think this is it. South Gus. There's another bird that comes out. I don't remember when it happened, so we've done this already.
Birds, help us get rid of them.
Don't call the flock. I almost called the flock, guys.
All right, now we need to clear out the big one. I will activate the goals for Lishrath. That is Tarantos for you soft skins. Use them to get her attention.
Yeah.
At least we know that works. Watch yourselves.
Hey, buddy. Okay, now if I remember right, I have to cut her to the other side because I'm going to get hit by wind no matter what. Yeah. Don't worry, I'm totally not the tank. It's fine. Oh, did we miss one? Apparently we missed one, guys. He just fucking sitting there healing with a ball in his hands? Yeah, he was. Okay. He's just sitting there, guys, with the ball he's supposed to throw in the goal. I don't even know what the ball does in the goal. Like, reduces damage or something, I don't know. It's distracting, guys.
Please, if you could, clear them out while we realign the life magics of this place.
Okay. Do we need to clear everything? I don't remember. Obviously, we have to clear the mobs. The pat, excuse me. You need to. Random aggro. Good. Well, you don't get experience anymore. I believe it's groups used to just give you more experience, so I don't know if that's still the case. They've changed the way grouping works a couple different times. Okay. I guess you can't aggro the boss at all? Or someone's aggroed that on purpose? I don't know. Lost aggro, so apparently if I get hit by the disorient, I lose aggro. Complete aggro.
Wait! Ichistras, there is too much life magic. What are you doing?
Me? There is too much nature. What are you doing?
What is that thing? This is your fault.
Absolutely not.
Please, help us, new students.
Okay. You're supposed to kill these things. How do you kill them? That's not good. Pretty sure bad things happen when these hatch. Yeah. But see. Left. Battle scenarios. God damn it, battle scenarios. Just lead them all to the room right there. Okay, whatever. Sure. That's not what we want. Okay. Okay. Let's go faster, tank! Let's go faster! We're still fine. I was trying to avoid having some of them aggroed and some of them not, and then having to mop up like everyone. Which is what we had to do anyways.
Only for students. Head to the registrar at once. These are sacred halls of learning. Only those registered may access them. Learn from this. Demerit points for you.
Negative DKP? Oh no.
Go to the corner. Demerit points for you. Think about
We have to look and see,
You will not pass the semester.
Oh, I just got hit by one.
Poor marks for poor students.
Okay, so you drop shit and explode people if you get too many of those. But if you get just enough, it makes you do more damage. Thanks for the group. Wow.
Oh dear.
Just leaves.
It seems the parameters I wove into my out-of-office spell were a bit extreme. Thank you for all your help in getting the school ready.
Oh my god. Oh, we got new pants. Not exactly the pants I want, but they're still better than the pants I'm wearing, so. And then loot satchel. Oh my god, we got 4 ruins, guys. Let's put them up. Before they depreciate. Oh my god, they're going up in value. They're appreciating. Holy shit. Those were worth 70 less gold last night. They're going up in value. That's crazy. Okay.
Oh, I have just the thing. I have many lucky doos you like.
Are we gonna get Riku? Ah, only 140 gold. Shit. Can I solo stuff? It'd take a really long time. And possibly could I solo a dungeon? Probably. You can solo lower level dungeons. That's not really the issue though. Takes a ridiculous amount of time. Now we're waiting to see if we can get a satchel queue again. Oh! Sometimes they usually have an enrage mechanic, some kind that'll eventually kill you if you spend too much time on it. Oh, we're supposed to look at the boss, weren't we? Which was the one that I didn't know exactly what it was doing. Academy. Maximus, I believe. Arcane orbs. Professor conjures enchanted orbs from the magic book that inflict 50,000 arcane damage within 3 yards of impact and begin to gravitate towards Vexamus. If an orb is absorbed by Vexamus, the elemental will gain 20 energy and inflict 20,000 arcane damage to all players. If an orb is absorbed by the player, it will inflict 16,000 arcane damage. So you're supposed to run into him and take damage, but then it stops him from powering up. What happens if he gets too much damage? Sometimes they add more mechanics in Mythic. Doesn't look like that's the case, though. Just says he gains energy, but it doesn't tell you what it does with the energy. Okay. For an ancient. Yeah, you have to kill the... you have to kill those little pods on the treant. You have to kill the pod things or they turn into slashers, which inflict significant damage. Oh, here we go. Let's go back to Vexamus. Arcane orbs. On reaching 100 energy, Vexamus explodes with overwhelming power, inflicting 21,000 damage to all players and pushing them back. Figures erupt multiple times at each location, each inflicting 84,000 arcane damage. And on Mythic Plus, he does 63,000 damage. And each one of the fissures erupts for 250,000, which is almost enough to one-shot me, depending on how much damage how much health I'm at. And will definitely be enough to one-shot the DPS. Scoring goals during play ball can activate the field's firestorm. Each mote can be picked up, granting 45% haste and 50% movement speed for 20 seconds. This effect also provides immunity from being pushed by gale force. Firestorm also stuns Croth and makes her take 75. This is throwing the balls around. Also stuns Croft and makes her take 75% more damage for 12 seconds. Okay. I'm not going to get a Q. Just enough time for me to go get it. Oh, water, guys. Nothing, huh? As I mentioned before, it's queuing during the day. There's always satchels. I don't know what these... they're called, pecan delights. They don't really have much in the way of pecans in them. They're more like gobs of dough. I thought I'd try them at the store. I'm not sure I'd buy them again. They're not really bad, but they aren't really that good. Whatever. They're very savory, though. Have we been here before? We have a guy ran up pulling.
Melidrusa. She must continue her work. Allow them no further.
What's the fucking healer doing this shit? Okay. Why the fuck am I in the group with these guys? Not exactly sure what these guys are doing. It looks like the healer is spec'd as Rhett right now. Just running in? Oh. we'll see how they deal with things. Usually they're the kinds of groups that get toxic, guys, where they just run in and just they don't give two shits about what's going on. Let's see though. Twitch streamers or something.
If only you could have understood the righteousness of our kind will not allow you to disturb Meladrusa's work.
Hey, Large. How's your day going, dude? Doing instance? Yeah, we're doing dungeons now. Usually the way it goes before the end of when I'm done with things.
Meladrusa, I have failed.
Huh?
My allies sacrificed themselves so that I could return these eggs to their natural state. I will not fail.
Good.
You will not interfere. Ice consume you.
I don't think I've ever actually done this boss, so I don't know what I'm doing.
Only death for those who follow orders. Be frozen and shatter. I am sorry, but I need your strength, little one.
No, actually, I have done this before.
Ice consume you. No, these melts are pure. They will show you the truth.
Pretty sure I'm just supposed to stay away from those geysers. Away from the guy that explodes.
Good work, champion. Now that you have secured the pools below, I require your aid above.
Mm-hmm. It's a little bit of a disorganized group or organized group. We got people that just rando pulling right now. Which means it's either pre-made of guys that are on voice comms and they're just fucking with
the
me.
Exposed life pools are in grave
or it's just a rando.
A powerful primalist is attempting to burn all the nesting areas. You must clear them to get to her. I will keep watch from above while I confront the dragon who is leading this assault.
Quickly, take the eggs. Save as many as you can.
Yeah. We don't actually need to kill this stuff, right? Because we have to go all the way around. It's actually easier going around the other side. I'm missing something here. Huh. Seems like they know what they're doing. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how many of these guys are actually in a group together. Good. Now we actually, I don't even know if this is faster or slower at the same speed. Just going around the same front area. Okay. Is this the boss? I don't remember. Yes, it is.
I will honor the sacrifice of my allies and burn through you myself! Erupt with their power! You cannot escape the heat! To the flame! Fire, consume my enemies! Be overwhelmed by the flame! Fire, consume my enemies! Turn to the flame! Fire, consume my enemies!
Looks a lot like Life Bloom. The ability from Evoker.
Snuffed out too soon.
Vile monster! I protected these life pools! No!
Got another pull. Good. I don't know how many of these you actually have to pull, if it's like everything or what. would I bother using Avenging Wrath? No. And stun.
Your Force Queen cannot stop us. We are the truth. Urquhart, deal with these.
Are we gonna aggro all the other shit? Let's find out. Or are they optional?
Imminent riches.
More will come.
Change.
Thanks for the group.
Thank you, champion. The life pools are safe for the moment, but the primalists are still a threat. We must be vigilant, lest we be caught off guard again.
Guess they knew what they're doing? I'm not sure. I don't even know if that was a full group or not. Oh my god! I just heard a bing! I heard a bing, guys! I heard it. We gotta get at the beginning of the bing. There we go. Close. Did I get a satchel in the last one? No. I'm already in queue game. I'm already in queue add-on. You don't need to keep pinging me. Well, you get just primal chaos, I guess. Next. Holy fuck, it's 4:40. The fuck just happened to my time? Holy shit. Whoops. Jesus fucking Christ, guys. Yeah, okay. Nope. That's fine. That was accidental. Holy fuck, it's 4:40 in the morning, guys. Yeah. Like fucking daylight savings time just happened or something. All my time just disappeared. Alright guys, we're gonna end things here tonight. We spent a lot of time in the hardware section or in the just chatting section. That's the problem with this game though, your mind turns off and then your time's just gone. Just poof. No idea, your brain just turned to goo and you have no idea what happened. Yeah, guys, we're going to end things here tonight. Tomorrow will be more World of Warcraft, so you guys have that to look forward to or not to look forward to. We're going to be continuing with our gearing into, I guess, heroics? I don't know, Mythic. I don't know what the baseline is for Mythics to get into Mythics. We're actually kind of already at, like, heroic level gearing, 359. So maybe we'll start Mythics tomorrow? I guess? Yeah, the only thing that's kind of really low level is my trinket. Yeah. It's kind of funny because I haven't even done some of them, so. Okay. Yeah, guys. I'm out here for this evening, though. Tomorrow will be more World of Warcraft, guys. If you are new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, make sure to follow in the top right-hand corner. I usually stream every day from evening to late night. GMT 6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. Depends on my life, what's happening, etc., guys. The usual, but I am out here for tonight, guys. We could spend a lot of time on the 7000 series review. It looks pretty good, considering the other option, which is a $1,200 4080. It's basically faster than a 4080 unless you're including ray tracing performance. So definitely worth buying if that's what you're looking for. I, however, am going to have to wait for them to reduce the pricing on it on the 4000 series because of my setup. So we'll see how that goes. I don't know how long it's going to take them to bring down the pricing so it's competitive with the new 7000 series that just came out. But that's usually the way it goes, guys. But I'm out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Monday night and Tuesday morning. Have a good day, guys.